Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hell yeah. Then, I mean, even just with what we've got now, I mean, there was a time where the cannonball stun was, I mean, it wasn't the meta, but it was really effective. And I mean, it's gonna be a lot of fun trying out all this new stuff. So Black Builder won't be I won't be doing any more builder guides until the update comes because I'm gonna have to redo them all again. Eric, thanks for subscribing. But yeah, man, I don't know. There's just so many possibilities now, and of course, we've only seen just a taste of it. Oh yeah, yep, hell yeah, hell yeah, yeah. It'll definitely be good. Hell yeah. PDT's or PCT is all concerned about his PDTs. Right. Oh, so the towering poison thing, yeah. I like I mean, obviously we all got sick of PDTs just because it wasn't the flavor of the month. It was the flavor of the majority of the year. But I mean, I really like the mechanic of the poison chaining and all that good stuff. Of course, it's going to be difficult to use right out of the gates just because we've all used it so much and there's going to be so much other cool stuff to try out. But I'm hoping that it's still at least viable. Right.
Etheria was once a land of living legends.
Oh, absolutely.
Years ago, young warriors.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I still don't know. I'm still kind of debating on what to start off with on day one. Of course, we don't have enough information to really lock those choices in quite yet, but I have been kind of theory crafting it and thinking it out. And a lot of I've seen some negative comments about the boost aura changing into that fire aura or flame aura or whatever he called it. I think that's kind of cool. I mean, adding another. Now, I'd like to have personally. I would probably like to have had the flame aura and the lightning aura. you know, and maybe the lightning strikes as a sphere or pardon me, as a shard or something. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Definitely. Black Black Build Black Build wants me to say Guten Morgen. I'm sure I pronounced it wrong, but Right. Definitely. Ed the Duck. Yeah. They're saying they can't hear you on your stream side.
That's a good call. I was in the middle of setting up, and then we got talking, and I didn't finish all the setup. In fact, I didn't even remember hitting start stream. But thank you for that. You'll have to go to Juice's side for that.
Ed the Duck just mentioned that as well. I mean, we don't know with the with the attack speed. I mean, maybe you can get lightning auras down to 0.75 or whatever, or the lightning strikes aura. We don't really know what it can do yet, but it definitely looks cool. And I always have liked the monk. So I mean, having one more damaging aura doesn't upset me at all.
Yeah, the flame aura. I'm not sure I understand the reasoning behind it. In the terms like they brought the flamethrower apprentice in instead of flame burst, and I can get the reason behind it, like why they would make that the main tower. But then they also add the flame aura. That kind of doesn't only do the same thing, but it fills a similar role of adding the AoE flame damage, right? But a flame aura gives you options. There's a lot of oiling on the original heroes, right? We've got oiling strikes that'll be hero things. We've got oil flasks. We've got oily harpoons. So they switch, from one electrocute combo to another ignite combo with the monk there.
Yep, definitely.
But by adding in, the flamethrower as well, and they were talking about, towers filling niches and things with flame burst kind of, like having other things already do flame burst kind of thing. So they wanted him to have something more, interesting, I guess, as part of his kit. I can't remember specifically. It just seems odd that they'd go with flame aura. I'm not upset about it yet, though, or anything.
So I got some people that are going to build for us a little today. If that way, I figure we're probably going to be getting a lot of questions in chat about the update.
Am I hitting stay together? Is this you?
That's Unicorn, but yeah, I just told him just to build something while we're chatting.
Okay.
But yeah, I figured that would give us an opportunity to answer questions and just give our opinions on stuff while we still have somebody carry us.
For sure.
Yeah, Dylan, the updates, as far as we know, will come to the PS4 as well, probably about the same time. I'm sure they'll time it so that it's similar, which is good and sucks in the same way, because deep down inside, I know if they release on the exact same day, I know we could have got it a little earlier on the PC if they didn't hold back. Black Builder's not really a boost aura monk guide, but that one's pretty easy. Defense power and then the boost sphere. Range, of course.
Range, yeah, defense power. And power on the relic.
Omni, I'm always willing to shout you out, man. Not in the group chat. I'll hop in there real quick. We're not going to have a whole lot of slots open today is the reason I didn't join that one. But I'll hop in there. Oh, shit. We hit 1,200 members in the GC Nation.
Damn, dude. That's quite a bit.
I can't believe it. I mean, I used to think it was just ridiculous to think we would get to 500. And that was like the pie in the sky. And then it just came and went so quick. Need about a dozen more mods. That way we can get the groups going a little more 24/7. So PCT is going to do the dirty work here for us.
Perfect.
Of course, multi-building is always now.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I'm lazy. That's fine by me if he does it all.
Oh, I don't think there's anyone as lazy as I. Let me tell you, I will never turn down a free carry. Oops, shit! I queued up, or he queued up for defense mode. That's all right. We can do defense mode.
No, whatever. I mean, it'll give us a long time without having to think about map picking.
Yeah, definitely. Omni, what's going on? Who do we got here? We got Pure Chocolate Thunder, of course, and then Dark Shadow.
Slappy McGee, thanks for the follow. A name though. Yeah, that's Cane Blazes from Twitch chat.
Sloppy McGee is?
No, Dark Shadow.
Oh, okay.
I believe it is, unless there's someone with the same name. Watch me get it wrong now, and then, oh, I shouldn't have said anything.
Oh, I'm sure he'll let you know about it.
That's what I'm worried about. So many people with different names all across different mediums there. It's hard to keep track of sometimes.
Yeah, Ed the Duck, it actually changed and was Assault on Throne Room for a minute. You could actually do one Assault on Throne Room run and get to level 50. But now all those XP spheres and XP booster spheres are all broken. So it's definitely the fastest XP per hour has got to be Harbinger. Of course, the Assault on Throne Room isn't as good XP per hour, but you can damn near AFK it. You know, wake up for a siege roller, and besides that, just kick back. Oh, sweet! You made old PCT the Player of the Month in the Steam group. Congrats there, PCT. Helping out the community and everything. I've been getting jealous watching you rip it up with your AP gun witch. I had to bust mine out of retirement.
Oh man, it's so fun. It's so
it really is.
You just got so many different things she can do.
And you know what? Having, I think too, with all the heavy mobility of the gun witch, having the ability to move while you're throwing down the old number 6, that's kind of awesome. Not getting locked into place like the EV or whatever.
Yeah. I guess it's interesting to think about it like that. It's like an EV to beam, but you can move, but you pay the price that you can't keep it up for as long, right? Kind of interesting to look at it like that, you know? It's like a trade-off between that ability.
Yeah.
That and also knockback.
Jerry, tell Tatiana hello then. But yeah, Jarmus, the EV2 is not going to be the only one with a buff. The Serenity Aura is getting changed. The Serenity Aura is going to be the boost aura, I guess. Is that correct?
It's so weird how they can. I understand why they did it. They took out Serenity Aura, and they took out Serenity. They made Lightning Aura Flame Aura, and they put in Lightning Strikes Aura. Is what they did. They changed the model for buff to be the Serenity Aura, and they used the model for the boost to be the Flame. And you can kind of understand that they're not going to use a tree for a Flame Aura if they're just switching models around and changing textures. And like that's perfectly fine to do that because you got resources to use them. But it makes it a little confusing for all of us who have been so familiar with the defenses and how they look for so long.
Now I may have misunderstood. I'm not sure, but it sounded like the Serenity Aura, like plain Uncharted, the Serenity Aura will be just a vanilla boost. Is that right? And then you have to add the heal onto it with shards?
Yeah, so the boost aura, I mean, what we're getting is the boost aura, but we're going to be able to like put Serenity Aura shards onto it. So it can also be a Serenity Aura. I don't know if we'll have a heal shard. I didn't check for that. I can't remember if they said it.
Put a heal shard on it.
Okay, yeah. So you'll be able to turn your boost aura into a Serenity Aura. Basically.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like bringing the two of them together. It just doesn't default have the heal on it. The thing is now you've got to either build two of them or you've got to make decisions on what you want of the two when you're putting them together. Which is kind of interesting too.
You know, one of the most awesome things about it, I think, too, is the changes are so big, we get to play the same game that we have learned to know and love, yet it's going to be a completely different game.
Oh, for sure. I can't wait to
That's
hear.
awesome.
Like, we've gotten this past stream we got yesterday. It was a stream about the tools and what we're getting, how they're changing. I can't wait to learn what we're going to be using these tools on.
Absolutely. It's going to be some coolness.
I think so. And I'm really excited. Yeah, you know, we've played this game. We know a lot about it because we've been doing it. It's time to have everything thrown on its head.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's exciting.
I mean, it's going to be a lot to figure out right out of the gates, but that's half the fun right there.
Oh, for sure. Some of my favorite times playing this game was leveling up the first time and going through campaign. And, you know, having to figure things out for the first time and try different things and see what worked and what didn't. And there's still some of that now and all that, but, you know.
Well, Omni, they did say that not every single passive was going to be there right out of the gates. And they said that also some passives are going to be, you can only use it on this piece of armor or this tower or whatever. So I'm not sure if they're going to let you like throw the Serenity or a heal shard on everything. I mean, they might. Did you get that impression? They didn't really talk much about the heal shard. They said that you could put it into the Serenity R, but that was really all I heard about it.
So it makes me wonder, like, I think they mentioned something like some shards from others aren't locked to those, or at least some hero shards weren't locked to certain heroes. Did they say defenses as well? And it might be certain types, like maybe you can put the heal onto a lightning or a flame aura now, but like you wouldn't put a heal onto a cannonball tower.
Yeah, they definitely talked about defenses because they were talking about that. They said if they didn't, then you know, people would put heavy cannonballs on their spike blockades or whatever. Now, I don't know if the healing may be general enough that they'll let you apply it to more defenses, but I mean, we need to get more info. You know, we just got all that info yesterday. We need more info.
Oh, for sure.
It's definitely exciting though.
I'll have to go over the stream again, and I didn't have a chance to like rewatch it and like pick it apart like I was saying earlier. But if that question
again.
Did you? That question though, like of, you know, specific, like a shard like that being on all the towers, was that specifically answered? And if not,
no,
that seems like the kind of question that, had it been asked, they probably would have been allowed to say whether, you know, they don't know, or if it is, like, that wouldn't have been like a still NDA on their part, I think.
Right. And it's probably too soon to tell, really. I'm sure the testing process will change some of that around, you know.
But like, there's not too many defenses outside like monk auras where you'd want to heal on it. Or could you imagine like a water geyser that when it erupts does like a heal?
Just not enough of an area.
Like, sure, it could, but would you really want that?
Right. Well,
So it'd be funny if like a nuke there.
You know, putting the Serenity Aura heal on the tree. I'm sure the tree is going to have some kind of heal.
I mean, that
you would think.
They talked about, you know, the functionality of some towers changing. They didn't mention the Dryad like base tower functionality changing, did they? I know they said like some of her passes and stuff weren't done.
Hardly at all about the Dryad.
Didn't they say like all her spheres weren't done? And that's about it, or all her shards weren't done, or something like that?
Right. I think they probably jumped on the monk first. Well, I'm sure they jumped on the original 4 first, you know.
I'd hope so.
Ed the Duck says tree is definitely getting max range on it.
Oh, that's good. For sure. Health and range.
What's going on, Jacob from Austria? It's just, there's going to be a ton of information to process. I mean, like they're talking, you know, you mentioned how there's 300 plus passives to go through. And they're checking, you know, to make sure, I'm assuming to make sure each one is functioning and getting it converted over and all that stuff. But imagine how long it's going to take everybody to test out the combinations. Now, the difference there, of course, is there's going to be thousands of people testing out the combinations versus, you know, however many people developing it. But
Ah.
it should. I mean, it's definitely just going to be fun. I mean, I just can't wait. We got a reason to do the grind all over again.
I look forward to testing all these combinations. I just hope Trendy's ready for their ready to put on their balance pants, because there's going to be a
You know
lot.
there will be some stuff. Oh yeah. Oh, Omni mentioned he thinks sticking Purge Evil on the tree could make for a lot of diversity.
It makes me wonder, like, if Purge Evil, you know, would that be OP putting it on certain defenses? Kind of thing.
Purge Evil's pretty beast, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for following there, Q Strike. I keep I played that stupid hero damage hero crit gun witch for so damn long. I mean, even before the glitch. I played it for so damn long, I just am not used to using her abilities.
Oh, one of my favorite things to do is just throw a tornado down and walk to the next lane. It's like, tornado down? Alright, CC and damage. That lane's covered.
Yeah.
Then I find myself just holding that mouse
one.
one.
Small part there. They're Ed the Duck. Pretty, you know, they have yet to reveal anywhere near all the details yet, you know. I'm excited to hear exactly what this chaos means too. Is it a new game mode? Is it a new difficulty?
A bit of both.
Yeah, it could be a bit of both, you know.
I'm hoping a bit of both.
That'd be awesome.
I'm hoping it's not just a name, and it's truly, you know, embodies the mode. Chaos.
Hell yeah.
I'm worried it's a buzzword name, but also, like, I'm not very worried, because from what we've seen with, like, the variety of enemies we're getting, we've seen a few rollers in early release, the reflect enemies, something about a cart. You know, I'm hoping we get a lot of variety in what comes out in a chaos mode, where it truly is chaotic. And we get, you know, a little bit of something different every game, where it keeps us on our toes.
Hell yeah.
And that would be what my guess of chaos is. A game mode and difficulty, something around that. But what do I know? It just sounds like chaos.
It'll be fun. No matter what it is. I did kind of get the impression, though, and it's obviously reading into it way too far, but I did kind of get the impression from some forum posts that Onslaught wasn't changed yet.
Yeah, and I got the impression too that it wasn't going to be anything like in this patch. Not that they don't want to, but
right,
it's kind of getting put on the back burner right now.
Absolutely.
Which, you know, it
well,
sucks.
I mean, they've said, in that not the holiday teaser we got, but the teaser before the dev stream that we got, it said the word new difficulty in there too. It was definitely in there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I mean, to me, new difficulty means, or could mean another tier of gear.
I'd be interested in not necessarily a new tier of like gear, but new shards. You know?
Yeah.
That take you further into the new chaos mode instead. Kind of like how...
Yeah, I mean, there could definitely be some new shards.
And they could even be like tier... I guess, I don't know, like same shards at different bases, but like kind of like how we've got our max levels, but you progress through the game by getting gear. Now we get to finish Nightmare, we progress through the game further by getting shard passes, increases on those.
Yeah.
Also new eye power and stuff too would be interesting. Like that would still work as long as it's done right too.
When they have such a a major change like this, I mean, as far as PR, I think it makes more sense to add a new gear level, because then there's not going to be as many people that are pissed off about their gear changes or their time they put in or whatever. Because if there is a new level, what we have right now doesn't really matter. It's all that matters is how fast we get the new shit, you know?
That's true, yeah.
So anybody that, I mean, you know, now of course I've been on the PR side of things most of my life with work and everything else. And, I think about all those things, but it definitely seems like that would eliminate some of the negativity, if there is any. I mean, some people are just going to be negative no matter what. You know, everybody's got trolls.
Sure. I was actually kind of thinking of that too, and that originally I was saying, you know, I don't want a Nightmare 5. It's just increase in numbers. But,
Right.
you know, the people who, you know, you see people, I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete this thought from start to finish how I intended to, but there's like people saying they've been able to play this game, but then rollers made them not able to, kind of thing. Now we're
Right.
losing our gear, but we're going to be able to progress further, you know, like, God, I missed my point. But it's giving people who've, you know, stopped having things to do something to do, you know, something more to work towards. And even for people maybe who had an easy ride up to this point, now they're going to be able to get their challenge too.
Yeah.
I started different. I think I finished around where I wanted to be.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Oh, I agree. You know,
And
it's definitely, it's going to be a big game changer for everybody, really. I mean, the people that are just, you know, the people that can get through Nightmare 4 only with PDTs and can't do anything else, they're going to have to just change the way they think about the game, because you know, a lot of those people, you know, I'm one of those people. I use PDTs all the time when I'm grinding, but a lot of people are going to have a real challenge with it, and they're going to be negative about it. And in my opinion, I don't think, I mean, if the final highest difficulty of the game isn't a challenge, that loses a lot of its gusto for me. You know, I understand once you grind out so many hours, you're going to be able to do all the tough stuff, you know, but it should take a while to get to that point where you can just blaze through it and AFK it and everything else.
absolutely. And adding a new, like, game mode and difficulty kind of thing. Like, adding a new game mode that also adds difficulty on top of it, too.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's great. So there's, you know, we got to the point where people can do all this stuff and they've earned it. But now we have a chaos mode where it's meant to be just hell. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with not doing it. But now,
Definitely.
like, people who maybe think, like, they should be able to do Nightmare 4, they could still do Nightmare 4. But no one is expected to be able to do Chaos when it first comes out. When this new patch
Right.
comes out, like, there's content that we just expect we're not going to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't, there's no way we should be able to just blaze through it, you know. I would actually be, now obviously there's so much new content, I can't possibly say I'd be disappointed, but if the first chaos map I do, I don't fail, I'll be a little bit disappointed, you know. It should be that way, you know. It should.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
Well-
if not, it's not a game. It's just sitting here staring at colors on the screen.
I imagine that, you know, maybe if we were able to keep all our strength from right now and bring it into, like, the very beginning of the easiest part of Chaos, we might be able to scrape by, you know? But we might, I
Yeah.
think we're going to have to, you know, first week build up to being able to do Chaos. The people who are, you know, at the top of the game. Is what I'm hoping for, you know?
I'm sitting here waiting at the box. It's like, where the hell's my apprentice weapon? I forgot. Oh, I hear you, Ed the Duck. For Sidewalk and I both, I mean, we've been kind of on easy mode for a long, long time. But we just kept at it, you know? My only regret at this point is that I didn't spend so much gold on just testing random junk. I used to only stay at about 2 million. And anytime I'd go over 2 million, I'd blow it. And then when I just ran out of stuff to blow it on and started saving it, it you know, it adds up quickly, obviously. But that stupid carnival, I blew so much gold at that dumbass carnival.
And isn't there speculation now that it's going to be coming back pretty soon with that
It'll be
Lady Orc reskin we just saw?
it'll be coming back, I'm sure, but I don't think the wheel is going to be there.
Oh,
Or if it is there, it'll be drastically changed.
For sure. Same with the tree from last year on Christmas.
Definitely.
I don't think we'll be seeing mechanics quite like that in events.
Yeah. Yeah, Omni, we'd love to have you build some out for us. That'd be awesome. People saying they want to carry us, like we're going to turn that down. By all means. By all means, have at it. Well, PCT, you want to do one more? Thanks for following there, Magnet. Appreciate it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, PCT's falling through the world.
Might be a little tough.
Give him a minute to hop back in there. So, Ed the Duck, are you going to start streaming again? Or start streaming DD2 again, I should say? Thank you very much. Appreciate the host. It'll definitely be, I mean, there's a lot of small DD2 streamers now, but it'll definitely be good to get more people playing it, get it a little more visibility and all that good stuff. Thanks for subscribing there, AQ. Yeah, my proton charge is over 400k, I think. I don't think it's much.
I mean, once you hit 400k, do you really need much more?
Right. Absolutely.
Once you spend 420 DU surrounding a dummy with cannonball towers, do you really need any more? Are you seeing this over here at the dummies?
Let me see.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, it's screwed now.
You got him, buddy.
Antonius, thanks for subscribing. It's funny, in all that, that tower's only showing 20,000 damage per second. Crazy. I never understood the now if you know somebody, obviously that's different, or if you played for somebody before, but I've never really understood the whole random invites in the town area where people just start inviting you to party and chain inviting and everything else.
It's people who are just looking to get carried. They see someone with high eye power and they're like, instant invite.
Yeah. Omni, I don't use storm gloves on this character, but I'm using the boots for the speed.
I can't
But I haven't
DPS without them. Storm
Yeah,
boots.
It's just such a must-have, just about. Stat builds for Monk. Throw it all into defense power. Call it good. I'll let you look at mine. Here's my Serenity Aura Monk. Let's see. What do we got? On my Serenity Aura Monk, I actually go, I go range. I max out defense power and I put the rest into defense health. But all I do with this monk is lay down Serenity Auras. So my thought process there will be changing with the old monk here pretty soon. PCT can't get back in. Who joined us? Samundra joined us. Wrecked.
I'm sorry, I thought we were getting carried.
Yeah. What the hell?
I want my carry, and I want it now.
Damn right. So if I'm anxious to test with a group of 4 how fast we could actually do Demon's Lair. I don't want to do it on stream. That way we can actually focus on the time, but I'm wondering how quick we could get it down to.
if we were to do a Demon Lair like group build,
Yeah, all 4 of us.
dude, you can speed build Demon Lair with 2 trees and bees, man. Trees and
Yeah, it's
bees.
true.
4 people doing trees and bees. As long as they're
Well,
all
I'm just
set up.
thinking, I'm
Bam.
thinking the additional, it would shave 10 seconds or whatever. You know, it wouldn't be significant, but if trying to like go for the record.
Honestly, if you had one person place trees and then the other 3 do bees and 1 lane each, you could do that map really fast. And then you have a DPS in your deck, 2 people on Gunwitch, or 3 on Gunwitch, and then 1 on Monk or something, or whoever wants the DPS Monk. But you freeze, shatter, 1 tree, 3 people being. I imagine you can do that faster than you ever could.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you don't need to upgrade anything, right? It's 4 defenses for 1 person and 6 for the rest.
Yeah. Thanks for subscribing there, Brendan. And I appreciate it, AQ. Oop, I guess I'm not used to dumping the mana. I don't take friends on Steam there, AQ. The only people I add to my friends list are people I know in real life or people I play with daily. Sorry, man. Other people have ruined it for you.
I've had a couple people add me recently as well. If you guys are watching, it's not because I'm trying to be a jerk. It's just friends lists have limits, and I gotta be reasonable with it. If I can't add everyone, so I won't add too many unless they're regular people I play with. But there's always ways to play with me when I play, through Steam groups and discussion through the Discord.
Absolutely. The Wailing Glaive drops on the Maldonis incursion there. I raise. And it's also a incredibly fun map. I'm just biased. I just like that map. I don't know. It's just the Temple of the Necrotic. Before, of course, the incursion was only originally there just for the one little Halloween event, and then the regular defense mode style map stayed. But man, I just had so much luck on that map when set item power 700 was the cap. That map was good to me.
I'm really glad they just left it in this time.
Yeah, definitely. The Blasian, the Monk is getting changed pretty significantly. So the Serenity Aura is becoming the Boost Aura, and the Boost Aura is becoming the Lightning Aura, but it's not going to be Lightning, it's going to be Flame, but it's going to have the same attack speed model and everything.
It's so confusing to say because of all like the little things that got like mixed. It's like they shifted it right for half of it, and then the other half of it they shifted left.
Yep.
I think at this point I might just get to the point where I'll just say what he has. He's got a Flame Aura that's like a Lightning Aura but flames. He got a Lightning Strike Aura, a Boost Aura, and a Skyguard. Where the Boost Aura can do Serenity stuff. Should you shard it that way. And
Yeah.
I'll be sharding.
That's the other interesting thing is there's going to be a lot of ways to customize your favorite defenses. So, I mean, my favorite defense, without question, is cannonballs. I love them. Now, the thought of the machine gun cannonballs, obviously, it sends me into an uproar. But for people whose favorite defenses are other things, and right now that may not be the strongest thing in the game, there's going to be ways to customize it and change that where you can make it viable, and that's going to be awesome. No, ascension points you earn. It's a way to keep leveling after you get level 50. So if you're familiar with like the Diablo 3 play model with shit, I forgot what they called them.
And Paragon levels.
Paragon levels, yeah. There's definitely it definitely adds massive amounts of replayability. There's no doubt about it. This is an interesting build.
It's something, that's
got
for
some
sure.
Cannons, got some anti-air.
Frosties. Proton
relying on the
Serenities.
protons to put some work in. But you get the shatter combo, you know? That's awesome.
Is it weird that I don't have a favorite defense as Partech? No, I think I'm with you on that. I don't have a favorite one either. I have a favorite like
Mine, I think, is
combos of defenses though.
Yeah. I'm definitely the reason I say Cannonball. I mean, I start off partially biased just because I really loved those, you know, the bowling ball turret in the original Dungeon Defenders. I used that thing everywhere I could. I wanted to see bouncing balls.
You're all about them balls, aren't you?
But so I came into the game pretty biased, and then that when I first got to the what was end game then, the 25++, the cannons were so viable because of the cannonball stun, and I used them. I mean, it was all about cannonball stun and frosty towers for me back then, and I could just steamroll the 25++ stuff. And I don't know, I like cannons. And then Ed just mentioned the harpoons. I mean, the harpoons are obviously the harpoons. They're a huge fan favorite.
Just as a carryover for the first game, you know, they're so fun. I actually I look forward to using those as well now. Coming updates, you know, getting speed on them and things. Like a primary, I like the idea of putting like a primary defense speed and using them as like a big long-range oil target, and then you stick a bunch of like of the new flamethrower, the flame auras, and you get good ignites and stuff. You know, not just
Hell
you know,
yeah.
or you know, defense power and defense speed, and you get your maybe something that was similar to the first game. Obviously, it won't be to the same ridiculous levels you could get at the end, right? But hopefully, we get like a satisfying amount.
Oh, I'm sure there will be. The amount of different build flavors and combinations is going to be pretty good. You know, of course there will end up being some sort of there always is going to be a flavor of the month. But I think there will be more, or hopefully be more options for that. You just need to get some Nightmare 4 gear there, AQ. I mean, it's pretty easy to get to 80,000 damage per second on a Huntress.
Yeah.
Just get any random 4 per second bow and throw charged primary on it, and you're pretty much there. Lightning and fire aura with damage and attack speed. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, especially if you compare it to Dungeon Defenders, and then of course Dungeon Defenders Eternity was, you know, a Dungeon Defenders redo. But if you compare it to both of those, defense speed has always been a huge part of the game, you know. So I think it's going to play a major role again. That, and people, I mean, one thing Trendy knows is that, you know, especially from the original games, is if something shoots fast, it's more fun. I mean, it just is, you know. You either want a lot of stuff flying through the air, or you want something that hits like a train rolling in. I'm excited about the update there, Tim.
I should really upgrade something, shouldn't I?
Yeah, might as well.
Where's that cannonball? I like this build. This is fun.
Yeah, definitely.
If this works, I'm gonna steal it.
That'll work. The protons adding so much CC in there,
Oh yeah, for sure.
and we got so much distance to kill the siege rollers. Gives us plenty of time.
Where's the big lane? Let me be smart with this last upgrade. There you go. I'm doing my part.
What's going on there, OWM? Oops, ran the wrong way. I used to turtle. I turtle builded. I turtle built this map. Shit, probably the first 100 times I did it. That's how I did it.
Yeah, before when I really first started doing this map was back when you know, you could get the boost or the buff beam like speed boost with the ghosts. So I started playing this map a lot then because it was super AFKable with 750 loot. But before that, I would turtle build it. It just made
Yeah.
sense to, because you could do so much by keeping things together.
I tell you, I did this so many times as a turtle build. I felt like a real dumbass when I finally tried a spawn camp build and saw how easy it was. Because I mean, I was doing like 40-minute runs on this thing, in a lot of times, not just like once or twice.
Ooh, we destroyed that guy.
Oh,
Gun witches
dang,
unite.
I didn't get my number 6 going in time. That was all you guys. I didn't even get my Dragolich off in time. Join the Steam group there, AQ. There's somebody that'd be willing to help you. I mean, I'm not gonna, you're more than welcome to play with me anytime you see me in Steam group chat. Just feel free to join on me, but like, I'm not gonna set time out of my day to make sure you get stuff. Sorry. But yeah, that's just not gonna happen. But if you join the Steam group, there's 1,200 people. So, I mean, there's people doing stuff constantly.
Well, I missed it. Were they looking for, like, people to play with to get gear or something?
Yeah, he's looking for just a straight up, will you get me this, this, and this?
No. There's always people playing in your Steam group, and even the Discord has, matchmaking things. Try to look around in there and see if there's people we want to play with, but just asking people to get, exactly, ask around the tavern, be friendly. But going in looking for people to get you things, I think, is maybe the wrong way to go about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't just open up right out of the gates, hey, will somebody get me a toxic shock bow? I would go with,
hey, I could really
Nightmare 4. Can anybody help me out?
Exactly.
But I mean, there's plenty of helpful people out there for sure. DD2 has got a lot of the really trolly people stick to the forums. I hear stories of people getting like booted in last waves when they built and stuff like that. Oops. But I mean, I've never had that happen or seen that happen in a public game. I'm sure it happens. There's always some trolls out there, I saved that kind of trolling for TF2.
Wow. The truth comes out.
I don't even think they have those in TF2 anymore, but they used to have these achievement servers where people would go in and there'd just be like a line of bots constantly respawning, and they would just kill them over and over and over and over again. And we would go in there and join the bot side, and just like set it up with an engineer or something and completely just destroy them.
Amazing.
And rather than leave, they would they would stay there and just really, really cry about it. We got a little miscommunication on our Spectral Knights here.
Oh, by me and you are being really lazy, and though we're being carried, we're not cleansing. I agree.
I'm down here, but was changing to red, and then I got around to the other side. And
oh, that's what you mean miscommunication, because I've been the biggest mooch this map and not doing anything cleansing. I was kind of hoping you were like me.
Somebody's got to stay up there and shoot at that Spectral Knight,
That's right. Hey, I am here to drop tornadoes in lanes, whether it's helpful or not.
Oh, it's helpful. Can't call it the Lagnado anymore.
Oh, I love calling it Drenchnado now.
Drenchnado.
Get the sphere, Drenchnado. Drench the enemies, slow them.
That's pretty fitting.
It's really made me interested in building lightning auras recently. That and the fact that like you can be cheeky with them and get around rollers with them with smart placement. So you do that, and it's kind of like you feel really clever for something that isn't really clever, but you feel clever for doing it. And then I can drench enemies inside them and get my own execute combos. It's actually kind of fun.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I mean, even a Toxic's. All right, Ed, have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by the stream. Good to see you back. Back looking at some DD2, man. I want to see you streaming again. You're streaming DD2 again. I know you still stream.
We need more streamers.
The more, the merrier.
Need more
I
content.
looked at I'm sure the numbers are going to spike again when the update comes, but we just need more population in this game, really. But yeah, AQ, like Tim mentioned there, Toxic Shock is so OP, even a Nightmare 3 bow will work. So, I mean, if that's where you have to start.
Oh yeah, for sure. Honestly, like, if you had full Nightmare 4 gear except for the bow, and that was a Nightmare 1 with just the right passes on it, you'd probably be able to do all the content anyways. Because the defense power you lose from the stats isn't nearly as much as like what you gain from the passive.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you could do it.
question.
I'm not so interested to try it myself though.
It's so funny. I got really lucky on my Toxic Shock bow, and when it happened, it actually really pissed me off because I had a little spell where I DPS'd with a Toxic Shock bow. I just found like the perfect stat or the perfect passive DPS Toxic Shock bow, when they dropped. And then when they got re-rolled, I was all pissed. And then of course, then I didn't know the power of the PDT. I'm thinking, what the hell? This used to be my awesome DPS bow, and now it's a POS. But it actually turned into being a pretty darn good Toxic Shock bow. Thanks for following there, Spaz.
I actually kind of like the shot pattern of it.
I tell you, it's really, really effective versus flyers. When you could get a DPS version of it, a 4 per second one. I mean, flyers were like nothing. Just spray down the flyer lane and they all disappear. Yeah, chrome enemies is where you get it. But remember, all that's changing here.
What's exciting though? In this new patch, you'll be able to use it as a DPS bow again.
Hell
I think, right? Like, that's another thing where secondary stat's going to become a hero stat. So presumably we could just use it.
Will be as a DPS bow.
And it's a 4 shot per second one too, right? Or it can be.
Well, it's going to get re-rolled because it's got.
Well,
no, it already got. Or yeah, it's going to get re-rolled because it has defense stats.
Does it get re-rolled, or does it just get that stat re-rolled? Right? Like, I don't think the whole bow would re-roll.
I don't know.
I mean, it does depend on how they do it.
Yeah, they used the word re-roll, but they didn't go into. They didn't really give any clarity on that.
All right, so what Juice is trying to tell you guys in the stream is that we all need to start farming Toxic Shock bows so we can have good ones as DPS bows.
It's an awesome bow. I mean, like you said, that shot pattern. And if you get the 4 per second one, the charged well, that'll be gone, or that'll be something different. But like charged primary, procs like crap. I mean, it's constantly just proc.
I'm wondering, will we be able to get that? Like, I'm sure that'll be a shard now. Could we get that on apprentice weapons? No?
You would think.
Right? That would be interesting.
How cool would that be?
I think that'd be pretty cool. I also like the idea of getting. Awesome. I'm just thinking of it now. The Armageddon passive, the Weaver one.
Yeah.
Getting that onto a weapon that makes sense as an AP. A AP apprentice weapon.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't know. I mean, maybe people will use Armageddon with ability power, but I always look at that as like you want to be spamming M1 all the time. What do I know though? I wasn't around when people were using Armageddon all the time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Armageddon used to be the stuff for sure, but when the lane resistances went away, that changed all that for the most part. It's still a good effective bow versus like the Harbinger. That's a bug, Tim. Those pets don't actually give you both stats. It's just visual. You'll actually hurt yourself by using it. The pets that rolled with 2 of the same stat.
Yeah.
You'll only get 1, and I don't even know if it's guaranteed the highest one every time. So people will use them thinking they have something special, but it's actually just just a glitched pet that's actually hurting you to use.
Can we roll that now? I've never looked for it, but I don't know if you can roll into that anymore. Can you? You probably
I
can.
don't think so. I don't know.
Because I've
I'll
rerolled.
I'll try it out.
Yeah, I might just take one of my way too many reroll boxes and test it out. And at least, if nothing else, it
Yeah.
frees up inventory. Roll it,
Absolutely.
10, 20 times and see if you can get the same second stat.
Definitely be interesting to try out, but yeah, it's not. I mean, that was an old bug. What do we got? Green and purple. Looks like green's getting handled.
Oh yeah, that thing I'm still not doing. Cleansing. Well, someone
good.
needs someone
We
needs
got-
the DPS, right?
We got 2 cleansers down here. Oh, he took the close one. You're gonna make me run all the way upstairs?
Oh no! I'm good. Woo! Those rockets
Man,
are almost killing me.
Too slow on my number 6. I'm so not used to doing it. I'm finally getting the book drop, the pet, and I get the number 6 going, and right before it starts doing damage, it dies. Yeah, I don't think there's many people like that, Tim. I mean, obviously right now it's easier to get gear than it ever has been in this game. Even just starting fresh, you can be in Nightmare 4 by the end of the first day if you got friends, or if you're willing to just straight up leech. I'm sure that, I mean, that's part of the point of the difficulty changes, I think, is to actually make a in-game that has the challenge. That's the whole point of the whole update. Yeah, and of course they branched that out into a bazillion different things, but like before they had all this going and they had the map listed out of what they want to work on next, in-game was in this slot to come next, So it's what started it. We're just getting a lot of changes and bonus stuff out of the deal.
It seems like it's kind of like, well, if this thing's changing, then you might as well change this, and if these things are changing, well, then this has to change with them. And next thing you know, you're just getting like the whole game changing along with like the initial idea.
You get the big chain reaction. Oh yeah.
Maybe they were thinking, we want chaos mode, but if we do chaos mode, we gotta give different tools, and then it rolls from there.
Yeah. Troy, you should ask in the Steam group. I mean, the people in the Steam group are playing right now. The people watching the stream, most of them aren't playing. They're watching the stream. So you'd probably be better off if you asked in the Steam group if there's anybody, or on Discord, Oh, fine. I'll upgrade something too. Let's see. How about a Skyguard? Sounds fair. What do we got? We got nothing tough here. This map.
I mean, relative to us, is anything tough? Ha 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 ha.
This is true. Well, I'm just saying, Troy. I mean, by all means, you don't have to join any of the Steam groups, but it's like going to a pizza restaurant and asking if anybody wants a burger,
I mean, burger pizza, come on, guys.
I'll take both, please.
What I really want is to make a burger, but instead of buns, I just have 2 slices of pizza. And if I can't get that, then is that really a burger joint? Or a pizza joint?
Well, you got a point.
Right? It is the ultimate pizza burger.
Hell yeah. So, Omni, you want to get loaded up and
Are we drinking now? Oh, you meant loading the game. Ah.
Yeah, he wants to do some builds for us. He's probably got some interesting ones, I'm sure. Oh,
Oh,
I
get
got
wrecked.
loaded.
Whew. I was reading chat, but I'm pretty sure my stream watched it happen. And if they're multi-twitching, they got both views of that amazing explosion death.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, I know there's pizza burgers, but I bet burger pizzas are a lot more popular. Or a lot more common, I should say. Oh my god. I gotta remember that I don't have to run all the way up to somebody to throw the drench NATO on them. I can do that from a distance.
That's right.
Maybe I won't get punched in the face so often then.
Whew. Got scared there for a sec. We had a bit of lag. But no, I've been getting DC'd from this map quite regularly since the latest patch. And it seems
A
the
lot of
only
people are saying that.
yeah, it seems the common factor each time when I do it at least is Mystic, actually. Mystic defenses. I haven't looked into it
You know what?
myself,
That's the
but
same thing that I've heard other people saying, so there must be
Yeah.
some kind of bug there.
I also remember like playing this map when the Mystic came out and also getting DC things happening as well. Not as frequently though.
Is it the walls or is it the
I don't know.
Vipers?
I'm not sure. Someone smarter than me should go and check that out. Actually, I think someone has. The person who talked to me about it was a guy who I know is really into reporting bugs and stuff, so I'm sure at this point he's probably looked into it a lot. I just haven't gotten the update on it.
It's a mega shark, Omni. I'm just trying to run up and smack him in the face with a fish, you know?
Slap
I
him
mean,
with a
what's wrong
fish.
with that?
Where's our fish sword for the wait, fish sword. Good job, mate. For the squire. You know, I want to slap enemies with a big old fish.
Damn right.
Actually, I think you can get that in Castle Crashers, which, as I keep saying, would be the best crossover ever. But
That would be good.
I'm just, you know.
Nah, this is my this is the very, very creatively named Witch 2. My poor gun witches. Only the first one gets a name. After that, it was Witch 2 and Witch 3. So yeah, this isn't the normal one I use. That and I like the Mega Shark, and it's actually very effective on AP gun witches, of course.
Man, I've been using the AP Butch for a couple weeks now, but I keep like not being able to find crit chance to use that sphere. So I'm like, man,
Yeah.
I wish my cooldowns to reduce while I'm firing into enemies, never critting.
Well, that's the beauty of the Mega Shark though, with that 8 per second, is like my crit chance is lower than I'd like it to be on this hero. I don't even know what it is. Let me look.
Yeah, I mean, I was rocking base until 2 days ago, so
Yeah,
it was happening.
22% crit. Is it?
It's happening, just not
So
nearly as
now-
much as I'd like.
Yeah, I'm 20% under the cap. Well, that and you got eight chances a second to proc something that can only proc once a second. So I mean, you still got a pretty good chance of making it happen.
Oh yeah,
We got some siege action.
yeah. Even with your base crit, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
just
gun
like-
witch stops off vanilla with like what, 10%? Is it?
I think the base is 10. Yeah, most heroes is 3. I think she's 10.
Yeah.
So, worst case, you find yourself, you know, a little slower than your friend next door. Because your friend
Omni
next door obviously
says-
gun witches too, right?
Omni, I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube right now, and Omni says it's about 2 seconds faster on YouTube. But that depends on, I mean, 2 seconds, that could depend on your latency between the Twitch server and the YouTube server or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors. And 2 seconds isn't a big deal. I can't imagine, other than for, you know, checking these kinds of things, you'd be watching both. But hey, maybe you would. I don't know.
Paranoia, it's definitely a fun weapon for the EV2, the celebration. And I personally went with the big boy passive on mine. But I mean, whatever you like to play most on the Gunwitch, go that flavor. But I mean, big boy's pretty beast. Well, yeah, but it might not be your connection, Omni, or just their server speed. You know, I mean, if the load is less on, well, you figure YouTube's server setup is probably a little bit more developed than Twitch, just because of all the video hosting. But it depends on, you know, there's a lot of other factors other than your connection. Or like you said, yeah, the hardware. What we got hitting the... I don't see nothing over here.
It might have been one of those last attempt siege roller rockets they sometimes like to do.
Yeah, a little dying effort.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've ever seen that happen on this map. I know it happens on Throne Room pretty regularly.
Yeah.
In a couple lanes. The I think Dead Bro did it too, actually, when we played that, didn't it? All right,
Probably.
that's your job, Juicy Nation. Go back to the VOD from last week and check if we had. No, I'm kidding.
Somebody will do it, I bet. Omni's loading up now, so he'll get him to build a couple for us.
Hey, Omni. Hey, Omni. Are you gonna use Flame Bursts?
Flame Burst would be fun.
He's been on a,
likes,
or at least he was on a
He
Flame
likes
Burst
his
kick
Earth
for a while.
Shatters. Yeah, he likes his Flame Burst. He likes his Earth Shatters. He likes to get all magey.
Ooh.
Wrecking it up here. 99 bads to go.
99 enemies in a roller ain't one.
So did you by chance watch episode 1 of my Subnautica series?
Oh, I didn't know it was out.
Well, I just put it out earlier. You'll be amazed.
I
at
was a
just
little
the
busy
RNG
earlier.
luck, man. Just so lucky.
Am I gonna
on
be?
the startings.
I'm gonna be mad jealous at you, aren't I?
It's like you pop out of your initial life capsule and everything you need to do your first several hours of gameplay is all sitting there right in front of you.
I think for
I mean,
my
I
mental
had
health, maybe I
the
should
Sea Glide
skip to
unlocked.
episode 2.
I think I had my Sea Glide literally like 10 to 12 minutes into the game. It's just ridiculous.
Which is an amazing statement considering the first 6 minutes of the intro cutscene. This guy.
Well, no, I mean, past that
I
part,
know.
you know?
Yeah.
But man, just so crazy lucky. I had the sea moth without even leaving the safe shallows.
Man.
No, I got risky in the safe shallows. I went over to that wreck over by the Aurora. So definitely, risked a serious smackdown. Now, I didn't know. Well, the first time I played through it, I never took that route. When I went to the Aurora, I took the oh shit route across the deep area and just prayed that I didn't get munched. And I didn't even realize that the safe shallows went all the way up to the Aurora. And then I finally go and do it. And I had no clue that you could get a Reaper right there. I was cruising around there casually. And then you told me that you had a Reaper pop on you right there. It was like, oh shit. I just got lucky then.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise. I wasn't expecting it in that spot. It wasn't like in the safe shallows, but it was right next to it. So I quickly dove into any kind of rocks I could find. Drove past, I think, like 3 sand sharks and prayed to everything that I would be safe.
Hell yeah. Now, is it true that if you just go across the surface that the Reaper won't come up to you?
I don't know. I mean, if they're low enough to not aggro you, I guess. But I've seen them go to the surface. I mean, I've seen one go above the surface. But I was messing around with fighting them, so.
When do I think black build? I think at the earliest it could arrive would be February 14th is my guess. But I think that is not super realistic. I think that's a little aggressive on the guessing. All right, Rex, appreciate it. Thank you very much for the carry.
Yeah, 14 seems very optimistic.
You know, and I mean, that's coming from a guy that thought it was going to come in December. So, you know, I was heartbroken. I was all ready to go. I actually timed my last day at work and everything with when I thought that the update was going to be coming.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
And,
very, very optimistic.
And the funny thing, or not the funny thing, but the really shitty thing is that there's Omni. The shitty thing is that I told myself, you know, okay, if I don't quit my job quite yet and go at least until the end of December, then I'll be able to replace my motherboard and processor. And I'll have that extra cash there. And then I don't do it and say to hell with it. And 3.5, 4 weeks later, my motherboard and processor burn up. It's like, oh man. So that was just really, really shitty timing.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But hey, you never know. Maybe they wouldn't have fried up if you were, you know, still working and not using it as much.
Well,
You know?
definitely.
Or
Not using
some
it as
other.
much. And if I didn't, I mean, the second that this, the processor I did have wasn't one of the top tier processors, I started getting a little carried away with the overclocking. So, I mean, it would have lasted longer, and it would have been fine to last longer. I mean, it's the games I play don't necessarily require the most demanding graphics, you know. Now, Subnautica, of course, that's different, but most of the other games I play are not super demanding on your system. But you know, I was running that thing at like 5.8 gigahertz. I mean, it was screaming, and it for a long time. I mean, it lasted that way almost a year. So, what's your suggestion there, Side? They're talking about who you should get with your first. What up, Tater? Your first hero that you unlock. I always suggest the EV2, but what is your suggestion?
You know, I think you can't go wrong with Dryad.
Yeah.
I think Mystic is undervalued as the answer to that question. EV2 is also a solid choice, but I think Dryad or EV2, I guess, you know, EV2 has just been around so long, and everyone knows how to use her and the benefits to it. And to honestly like build her stuff effectively, it doesn't take a lot. So I think that's, you know, maybe why we're seeing that as a suggestion, why I would suggest it too. You know, you don't need a lot for the DPS. Protons still do a lot even if you don't have Frosty, the Frosty passive on them, or the freezing passive, you know.
Oh yeah.
But then, you know, there's also the Dryad, and if you can afford the slots, you can get some crazy things going with a bunch of really great defenses.
That's definitely true. I mean, I should probably change. See, my whole EV2 thing. First off, the EV2 is my favorite hero, so it's partially biased. But that was all of that started pre-Dryad, and I just kept suggesting the EV2. But the Dryad definitely is just right now. It's a brutal grind to get the first set of gear, but there's just so many different things you can do with the Dryad. It's ridiculous. I mean, bees, of course, are ridiculously viable. Slimes are viable.
For sure. I mean, if nothing else, you can still like make a bee builder and, you know, start destroying maps.
Right.
Absolutely. And it does take more than, like, it takes more passives than Proton EV2 does, right?
Definitely.
But I think you get more from bees than you do from protons.
There's
In a weird sense.
There's more utility from them for sure. I mean, the protons obviously give you some.
They do a lot.
Serious brick wall. CC, everything stops, you know.
I guess, yeah, the protons, like, they do a lot of things, and a lot of things good. Bees do, like, one thing stupid good.
Yeah, that's for certain. It's all good, Unicorn.
Yeah, Nimbus is crazy as well, says The Legend of Link. I agree. If you get a Nimbus set up, they're actually really good, too.
Yeah, Nimbuses are fun, too. I mean, They look cool going after the flyers and everything else.
I think had they not reduced the DU on the maps, like we'd be seeing more Nimbuses. It's just hard to
Oh,
justify when
yeah.
right now, like we have the DU for a wall and then a Nimbus per lane.
Absolutely. You need you want defense crit as your main there, Black, and then on your weapon and on your relic you're gonna want the Frosty Proton at 3%. EV2 is pretty beast. I mean that, and if you're just busting into Nightmare and Nightmare 4 and you're having difficulties with it, I mean, Proton EV2 or Proton Poison Dart Tower is kind of the, Proton Poison Dart Tower Serenity Aura. That's the full blown OP build. The shrine, the shard grind is going to be, that's going to be the mini game inside the game, But it's just like now with it. With the other pieces, right now we're grinding for passes on armor, then we're going to grind for shards, but you'll be able to use it in different pieces. So I mean, no matter what, I mean, there's going to be some sort of a grind again, but it's not going to be what it is now, as brutal as it is now, as far as like completely maximizing. It's going to be a gold grind after that to get it all leveled. I don't know. I can anticipate things being really expensive. If they switch it up to the regular Dungeon Defenders upgrade model from the original game, I mean, stuff cost a lot to upgrade. I mean, it was in the millions, many millions, just for one piece, Just join the Steam group there, AQ. I don't do the friend requests. What map is going to be your? Or I'm sure probably be many maps, but what map do you think you're going to grind the most between now and update time?
I'm not sure for grinding. I still haven't decided how I want to do it. I'm kind of thinking what I'm gonna do. Well, I'm gonna grind altar because I want to be able to test out different range things, and ring's gonna be the range sphere, I believe, come patch. So I'm gonna do altar, but then I'm also probably gonna do demon lair as many times as I need to fill out the number of defenses there are in the game that don't need totems, basically.
Absolutely.
Well,
I mean, there's going to be a big, because we know that how the stats, as far as the primary stat, is going to carry over. Medallions are going to be defense power, totems are going to be defense health. Rings are going to be defense speed.
Rings are range, balls are
range
speed, and whatever that cross thing they were talking about was crit.
Right. So I mean, there's going to be a huge medallion need. There's no doubt about that. I'm pretty stoked to see about the defense speed though. And how are we gonna? Is there gonna be a way we can buy those on day one, like from the, the Relic Hunter or something?
I think they said you'd be able to buy them from Relic Hunter. Now the question is, are they going to be scaled up to Nightmare 4 level? And adding,
right?
I mean, they have it set up now that like you can't buy your way into gear for the last tier of the game, which makes sense. But now that there's new tiers of the game coming in, presumably, maybe we'll be seeing Nightmare 4 tier gear in there. And even if it isn't, it could still be a great starting place for defenses that we really do want to have the speed on.
Definitely.
Even if it maybe not have all the stats we need right away.
I can guarantee you will see me throwing down some defense speed augmented heavy cannonballs on day one. I am just so stoked to try that out. I'm gonna really go overboard, I think, with this update. I mean, I'm gonna try to sleep all day the night before and everything else, and make sure I got just truckloads of time.
Oh, for sure. Every time they do these big updates, though, I'm up at 8 a.m. my time, which is not like 7 there, so there's no way the patch is coming out. And then I wait until like 3 in the afternoon for it to come out, and I'm just sitting around like, can't start the stream until it comes out.
Yep.
Is it out yet? Is it out yet? I want to play this content now, and I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing with such a big patch.
Tim, you should look through my channel and find the Days altar build. But I mean, there's a lot of different builds where you can just ignore those assassins. I mean, just don't let them gang up on you. Try not to get trapped in a corner or whatever, because there are a lot of spots on that map where you can get trapped. But I mean, I haven't used that stun in a long time, and I hardly never play a tank.
The stun, do you mean the bell?
Yeah. He was saying that without a tank, it's hard to do, and you have to use that stun bell.
There's also the invincibility potion, too.
The invincibility potion makes it easy mode.
Yeah.
On, if you've got like an EV2 as your main DPS, and you can just park and let them smack you in the head, and it's not a big deal.
I use it as a gun witch, too. It's great.
Yeah.
Monk DPS makes the map pretty easy. Also, you may know this, Juice, but some people watching might not. You can actually put a reflect beam from the EV2 under the bell, and it'll auto do the stuns at whatever interval.
Oh yeah, I did a little cheese video on it.
Yeah, it's a cheeky little fun thing to do.
Ooh, I got a headpiece. 742.
Look at
nope, that's the weapon.
Look at you.
Yeah, crappy one. 717. I mean, it's better than what I had.
I was gonna
but it
say,
doesn't
I
have
mean,
the
it's
right
above
stats.
it's above 700, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's keepable. It's a keepable part. I'll definitely be hanging on to that one. I love the new Ascension concept there, Job. Yeah, reckon I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch right now. I'm stoked about the Ascension thing more than anything else with the changes, just because it adds unlimited replayability to the game. And really, I mean, we're like right now, one of the big aspects is you can have one hero doing so many different things. I mean, it's going to take a lot of Ascension levels to get that hero to where it's like min-maxed doing a whole lot of tasks together, because there's going to be Ascension things, to throw into towers and into your hero itself. So it will take a grind to get one guy that's really, really, truly just a beast mode hybrid. But I mean, with the Ascension concept, we have the ability to do that. So it'll be fun to play with.
I'm interested to see, like, those 999 Ascension level things, how long, if at all, it takes to get your cannonballs up to the same thing if you were to focus defense power into them. Say you do a defense range and speed cannonball. Then how many Ascension levels does it take to get that damage up to where it'd be if you had defense power in it?
Right.
And if it would go up that far. The Ascension levels, I'm really interested in how much you get from them. The ones we hovered over, I think, were not filled out with proper values or descriptions, so we don't really know yet. When we saw the stream yesterday, I'd be
Tim,
fine.
I'm just to a point where the regular Nightmare stuff, like Sidewalk is, I don't want to speak for him, but he's at the same point. I mean, there's very few, if any, upgrades either one of us could get from just normal Nightmare 4 item power 700 gear. I mean, there might be one piece on 30 heroes or whatever, but there's just not many of them available, and that's why we're focused so much on the higher item power stuff. That, and you get a higher, like that piece I just got, it's higher item power, but it's got the wrong passives on it for currently. That will be a good piece. Here come the update, because I'll be able to throw whatever passives into it I want. I'm stoked about it, though. I mean, it definitely adds worlds to the game. And, I mean, looking at both of us and how much we've played it, obviously we're not afraid to do the grind, But, I mean, there's no reason that can't triple the amount of replayability we got now, or much more than that, It's kind of interesting, this, my chat is merged. I'm seeing YouTube and Twitch chat in one box right now.
Do you have a way of identifying which is which in the one you're looking at?
It shows the little icon next to the person's name.
Ah, neat.
But of course, I'll answer somebody that asked a question on YouTube, and the Twitch people are wondering, what the hell is he talking about?
If you do that, you might need to be putting your chat on screen, then people can see it on both
That's
sides.
not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's definitely not a bad idea. All right, Omni, you're gonna wanna us to carry these gold things around, aren't you?
Oh man, I'm so used to doing things on this map and then making everyone else do all the work. I'm like, oh, I use the excuse that, oh yeah, I need to make sure the build's safe and repair walls, when really I'm just being lazy.
We don't know what Omni's got in store there, Black Build. He's I knew there was going to be a lot of questions or just chat with Side and I about the update and having all the info we got yesterday in the dev stream. So I asked some people to come build for us. And Omni hasn't carried me in a long time. He is way overdue.
You're not doing your job enough recently, Omni. We need more carries.
Now, I'll be honest. I mean, my, although my DD2 playtime is still pretty huge, it's definitely lower right now with, knowing what's coming. Now, of course, finding out some more tidbits yesterday will add a little bit more grind interest. That, and I'm jealous that you got 30 million and I only got 10.
Man, it's only 28. Let's stop exaggerating here.
Oh, 28 is close enough to 30.
It's only 28 million. Let's not blow it out of proportions here.
28 is definitely close enough to say 30. I mean, you'll be at 30 in 2 days,
Well, I am planning to just not spend so much gold. I never did before, but I probably won't be doing too much upgrading until I get confirmation that, that's 100% worth it on gear.
Right. I've been doing defender medals, but and then like last night I saw that I thought I had all of the spheres that you could buy, and there was actually some defender medal lava mancer spheres that I never bought.
Ooh, I was about to say. I was gonna guess
bought those.
Weapon manufacturer ones were what you were missing.
No, I actually bought those right at the beginning and just didn't enjoy the play style of using them, so never ended up using them.
Ah. Those were the only ones that were left for me.
Yeah. But, we know we're going to get some gold from that, and the way they're talking, it's going to be a big number, so I figured right now, I mean, I was at the defender metal cap and like buying boosters to lower myself down to keep playing. Every day I'd buy like 2 or 4 boosters or whatever. And where can you see some builds maps? You can look through any of Sidewalk Heroes VODs and see about 1 million different build designs. You can look through
go to
my channel.
I was gonna say
several playlists.
If you're looking to learn something, go to Juice's channel. If you're looking to see bad ideas, go to mine.
Well, no, I mean, if you want different ideas, there's definitely a bigger variety. If you look through your VODs, you do so much different stuff.
That's just because my chat's mean to me.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't put the losses on there.
I always try to cater to the masses on YouTube. I try to give people the easiest way to get something done. So that's what a lot of my stuff is. But as far as creativity goes, you definitely got to look through Sides VODs there. There is that website. You know that website?
There's
I can't remember what it is.
DD2 Planner. I think if you Google that, that'll get it up. Is that what you're talking about? Where people put like their builds and stuff, and they say like put these defenses here, and the good ones will tell you like, where you're putting them, the reason for it, and like the base numbers you want on those things to make the build work.
Definitely. Yeah, just Google that there. DD2 Planner. I actually never put any builds up on that. I thought about it once, and I looked at the website one day, but I was too lazy to actually do anything with it.
Yeah, I used that when I came back to the game for a little bit. after taking a break and coming back,
Yeah.
trying to figure out like, oh, with this current iteration of the game, what am I doing? And all I saw was poison dart towers.
Yeah. They didn't say how much gold we're going to get yet, Tim. They actually addressed it and said they're still working on the balance for the economy and everything. I mean, they want to take care of us. Trendy has never been shy about that stuff. Like back with Dungeon Defenders Eternity, it was kind of the strangest thing. I was just shocked by it, but I posted a forum comment because there was a really bad disconnect issue for a long time when Eternity first came out, and you grind yourself up to the end game and you're doing maps and then you disconnect, and there were maps that took 30 minutes, and you're putting 20 minutes into it and then you DC, and it was constant. And I made a forum post. It's like, hey, it's just you got to work on the stability issue because for a player like me that I'm really doing the hard grind on these end game maps, and I'm losing like 4 out of 5 of them to disconnects and not getting the reward at the end. And they responded to my forum post. This was before I was doing a whole lot of Dungeon Defender stuff on the channel. They responded to my forum post and told me, hey, we're sorry, blah 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 blah, for the inconvenience. We gave you a little something on your account, and I logged in and they gave me like a lot, like then I can't remember what the currency was, if it was gold or if it was mana, but they gave me like millions, like 5 million or something like that. Now 5 million then wasn't as much as 5 million is now because things were way more expensive. But I mean, Trendy's not afraid to hook you up, for the people that they know have been putting the grind in. I'm not even sure who did all that back then. I mean, I'm assuming probably Isom, but I don't really know. Just guessing.
Whatever they do with changing the economy, I hope it goes up, and maybe it makes more sense in certain parts that like we wouldn't get as much gold back as we spent in terms of like I don't know, whatever. But it always sucks. Like I hope they gotta make it so you at least get an even amount of gold back for the spheres you bought.
I'm sure they will. I bet that it will be more than that even.
Oh, I would assume that too, but like there could be very good reasons why it's less. But no matter what those reasons would be, it's hard to look at that as a player and be like, yo, this ain't right. Or like this is right. Like I spent more on these, why am I not getting that back? Even though, yeah, a new economy system, it really would make sense. But as a player, it just doesn't feel good.
Definitely.
So, if nothing else,
think,
please more.
I think we're gonna have, working ways to earn more gold, and things are gonna be way more expensive. Personally, that's what I think. But
I think so. Well,
who knows? Depends on how they take it. Unicorn just said give you 1,000 gold per hour played. That would not be fair.
No.
I would be very disappointed if that was the number. I mean, that would be nothing,
Well,
I mean, it would be something, but
how much is
1,000
times
comparable.
1,000?
That's a million. Or
is that a million? Is that a million or is it 10 million?
I don't know.
Someone who's good at math, tell me, because like I've got 1,400, and let's say 1,000. Like if I got 1,000,000 gold, that wouldn't really change anything.
No, not at all.
I don't agree with the idea though that we should just get money because we played in this new patch.
I mean, it'll be based off of our purchases for sure. They're definitely not going to look up every Steam player's hours played, Nah, Unicorn, what I'm saying is I think gold is going to be easier to get, but things are going to be way more expensive. But I'm just pulling that out of my ass. I don't really know. I'm just guessing. But just if you look at the other Dungeon Defenders games, the monetary value has always been very, very large numbers, I think their main question right now, I mean, as far as the gold refunds for spheres that you spent gold on, that'll be easy. You know, I mean, they could even just go 1 for 1, but I think their real question is how much gold do they give you on the defender metal spheres? And they're not going to tell us any of it, of course, until they get all of that figured out. Yeah, paranoia influence points. Every now and then Trendy does voting on a various thing, and influence points are how you vote. Like they did votes on what hero comes next, what map comes next, stuff like that, and the community voted on it. They haven't done an influence vote in a long time, but they...
I mean, the last one was for Alter map, right?
I think so, yeah. They did that, the lowest wins thing.
Yeah. That's kind of weird. I didn't vote on it. I think I wasn't particularly active at the time. I wasn't paying attention. It's kind of an awkward way of doing it, isn't it? Like,
I think they were just trying to change it up and make it fun.
I guess.
People raged about it on the forums, but I think their intention was just to do something different, you know?
Mix it up.
But people were all huffy on the forums about it, saying they spent their influence points on the wrong one. I dumped all my influence points that I had then on that one. And I picked the Ramparts map. I always loved that map in the original game. Now, the other map that was offered, I can't remember the name of it, but the other map that was offered would have been more of a challenge than Alter turned into.
What was the other map?
Because it was
I can't even remember.
I can't remember. I mean, I remember what the map looks like when you're playing it, but I can't remember the name of it. But it was a big, spread out, you know. It was a big map, lots of lanes, and covered a lot of area, like forest biome type area.
Well, that would have been cool. But Alter isn't bad
big
either.
Maps like that are fun.
I actually kind of like Alter, even in defense mode.
I loved that map in the original game. It was
for sure,
one of my
yeah.
favorites.
Especially in the original game.
It was one of my regular grinders. Well, that's what they were going to call it. Frozen Keep is what they were going to call it here. But I can't remember what map it actually is from the original game. I didn't even notice these Ramsters here. Go Omni, using some Ramsters. It all goes to Vayne when you look over and see it still falls into the PDT plus anything.
Oh man, this Ramster's got 2.6 mil. This PDT's got twice that. Hey, that's not doing too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting out damage, you know?
It's doing what it can.
There it is, Royal Gardens. That's what it was called in DD1. That map was, it was a fun map to do. I just liked Ramparts better personally. That's why I voted for it. You know, they also, a ways back, they teased at the Western themed map. And they even showed
but these water effects.
Yet I haven't heard anything else about it.
Oh, the Western, yeah.
I'm wondering what that is and when it's going to come.
Well, we've got, what are the maps we've been teased now that we haven't seen yet? We've got the Western, the icy one, and then there was also, they're showing us in one of the posts recently, like barbarian village things, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a few things in the
sent
pipeline.
Everybody into an uproar. Sent everyone into an uproar about the barbarian.
You mean a barbarian roar, of course.
Oh yeah. I mean, the barbarian will be a beast. There's no doubt. But it was, you know, just being able, the whole dual wielding thing was definitely what made it cool in the original game. Oops, god dang it. I've been playing too much Orcs Must Die Unchained. I keep right-clicking to stun instead of hitting 4. I'm doing a max OG playthrough on OMDU right now. I'm playing Max, which is the original hero.
How many are in that game now?
It actually has or how many heroes?
Yeah.
I want to say there's 12. I'm not positive.
12? Is there any different? What are the difference between them? I mean, a different like trap pool and DPS style.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely different traps. As far as the heroes go, they're they're definitely completely different, but it's similar flavor. But one of the main differences with that game is you can path the mobs around. Like if a
Yeah.
mob hits the wall, it goes around it, and that's fun. Now, Dungeon Defenders, of course, is always been all about walls. But it's definitely it kind of combines a little like Dungeon Defenders and Defense Grid type flavor at the same time, because it is definitely fun to path the mobs, and creating a little maze for them to run through and just get wrecked.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's satisfaction to be gained by creating like the ultimate pathing.
Yeah.
Like I
That
was
and,
able to run them through all this area extra,
Absolutely.
and you're
That
rewarded
and
for
the other
creating a smart
different-
path.
Yeah. The other different thing is the towers and defenses don't hit quite as hard, or their resets are much longer, but you can use a lot more of them. So, I mean, like by the end of an OMD map, you kind of earn same way as this. You earn the green mana here as you go, but you earn coin there as you go. But the trap limit is what they call it there, but like the DU limit here is much, much higher. I mean, you can put a lot of stuff down. There's maps where you can end up putting like 90 traps down, I think. There's a couple of them.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
for
it's
sure.
a fun game. It's just different. I mean, everybody always asks me what I like better, and I mean, that's not really a question I can answer. It's a similar genre, but it's a completely different play style of game.
I always thought 100 duck-sized horses is the more fun way to go with defense games.
Hell
In
yeah.
which case, it's like, you don't want a slow-firing, high-powered ballista. You want a lot of lower-powered, like, rapid-firing ballista shots. Or
Hell
number
yeah.
of defenses,
Well,
And
that,
that's
and
why
then
it
they
was
have
sad when the DU limit
special,
got lowered.
Yeah.
I want to
when
be
you
able
have
to build a
special
lot.
Type abilities, the more defenses attacking gives you the more chances of those proccing. So I mean, that always adds a lot to the fun. See, we got
More things
and
working together.
One siege.
Is it just one siege?
I didn't see the far lane or
Ah.
the middle upper lane.
Oh,
There's something coming out of there.
I'm sure we'll
Something
find out
red
soon
with
enough.
One next to it. I think we should make Omni do another one after this. I don't care if it's 1 a.m. at his house. Actually, I think it's coming up on 2 a.m. at his house now. What's my least favorite hero? Well, I mean, everybody's got a different one for that one. Me personally, I think my least favorite's the Lava Mancer.
Wait, in what terms? Or just everything overall?
Just your overall least favorite hero.
I think mine
Well,
would
I
have
mean-
to be Abyss Lord.
Would be which one?
Abyss Lord right now.
Yeah.
It would probably
The,
be Apprentice if Frosties were still bugged.
Yeah.
But I love that tower.
Oh, it's so effective. I mean, CC and
It just
any
it does
tower
so
defense.
many. It makes so many things on the ground so much more viable. That you can do a lot of fun
Definitely.
things with it. We got two big guys.
Samundra's already answering it in chat. "1:49 a.m. Aqua Splash is still early."
Oh,
Volcanoes can be helpful, Tim. There's no doubt about that. But just I don't like the reduction of strategy. And in my mind, 100 DU towers reduced a little bit of the thought process, especially when you see people with, 647 Lava Mancers all dropping down, a volcano. It's just, to me, that build shouldn't work. And instead, it's wildly effective. But to me, it takes just too much. I mean, it's less thought process than the PDT. You know, at least the PDT, you have to think about what lane and everything.
You have to at least turn it.
Right. The volcanoes, I mean, if you got all those different volcanoes and you just slap them down, you know. Well, thanks, Sarah Muzzy. Appreciate it. Effie L, taking a short break from the Paladin's addiction to come watch Side and I play a little DD2. It's good of you to make it. See if Omni will do another one. You know, Tim, those volcano builds like that where you see a whole bunch of them, I mean, they're fun to watch the first time. And after that, it gets kind of meh. The first time you see it and all that shit flying everywhere, it's like, damn.
It's like seeing the same firework go off over and over again. The fireworks are cool the first few times I see it, but if it's the same one, it's like, you know, it's cool, but you did it. I don't find winning with them to be like using them to be particularly satisfying because it doesn't take a lot of thought process to do it. Like, you're not trying to figure things out, you're just placing it and winning a map.
Slapping it down, calling it good.
Yeah. But they are fun to watch.
They didn't directly mention the armored cleanser there, Geo, but I'm certain it's going to become a shard. I think so. The armored cleanser passive. Thanks for subscribing there, Avero and Fabio.
The armored cleanser passive? I think
yeah.
I was talking to Daze about this last night, actually. I can't remember. It might have been shown on the stream, or maybe we were talking about the armor gaining shard, like Hardened Nullify combined into a shard, not the cleanser.
Yeah.
Cleanser would be interesting though, as a shard. Because apparently, though not by much, they were telling me it actually does reduce the armor of a roller.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it reduces the armor of the Harbinger, so why wouldn't it reduce a roller, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I think on the Harbinger, the problem on the Harbinger on release day for that one is not only the armored cleansers, but the Draggle Lich. If you had, you know, that was the first question you asked anybody on release day is, do you have your Draggle Lich to level 10 yet? And if you did, the Harbinger was it was like playing it to do the power level on campaign mode now. I mean, it died just instant, you know.
But now we have bees to do that for us instead.
Absolutely.
Praise the bees.
But yeah, the original strat for the Harbinger, and back then, remember the best DPS in the game was about 200k. And the big strat for the Harbinger was a couple of shots of armored cleanser, everybody Draggle Liches at the same time, and then you blew him up while he was on the cannon, and it was over. The whole wave was just done. So you just ran around until he got on the cannon, and then you went and did your thing.
Combo with me. Demon Slayer?
Omni wants some multi-building. Is that what we're doing, Demon Slayer?
I'm thinking it means Demon Slayer, so freeze and shatter.
Right.
Multi-building isn't being carried.
No, not at all. It's requiring work. What the hell?
I mean, I'll press number 4 for you. But that's where it ends.
Yeah, Max, they're aware of the buggy sphere there. There's actually quite a few of them. The Mystic still has some, and the Lavamancer has some.
Even the Dryad has some.
Yeah, that's what he was asking about, was the Dryad.
Yeah. There's a
lot of bugs.
I'm excited for the patch, because assuming, presumably we won't have to care about this whole put the sphere on first thing to get those ones working. Like,
right.
Snakes on a Plane, and like 2 of the Dryad Tree ones need that.
Absolutely.
So no one's playing with both actually right now, and that would be cool to get that going.
I always just use the range. I know like Omni's a big fan of the
Oh.
blockade.
Well, the ranged one doesn't need to be put on first. Like that'll work. Anyways, it's the HP
Right, but
one
you
and
can't-
the shield one that both need to be put on first. So you can only get one of those.
You can't use them. You have to have the other slots empty, don't you?
No, it just has to be slotted in first. You can
I
actually,
thought you had to have the other slots empty too.
Nah. And it doesn't matter
I'll
which
help
slot
you
it
build.
is. It just has to be the first one in.
But all I'm doing is Serenity R's, just so you know, and it's up front and clear. Just so it's all nice and crystal clear for you. Serenity R's only.
I've been scumming this map a little bit past, 24 hours.
I did it a few times last night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one sphere that, most of us have quite a few medallions and quite a few relics between all the different builders. But like most people, now I've got multiple gun witches, but most of the hero classes, I've only got one DPS. I've got 2 DPS apprentices too. One that I've never used. I've got a hero damage, hero crit apprentice. But anyway, I think it's important to have a bunch of rings because that's going to be one of the, that's going to re-roll into range.
For sure.
That's going to be something that we have yet to play with. So, other than the limited amount of range stuff we get now. So I think having a nice selection of rings, having a nice selection of everything in your bags is going to be helpful.
For sure, but yeah. I mean, just in general, you would assume that most people have a bunch of medallions since, if nothing else, Demon Lair was just a good map to farm Defender medals on.
Right.
And then you just naturally got a lot of
as far
medallions. Then you make a bunch
as
of
far as
characters
the
for
totems
building,
go,
and yeah.
I think totems would be like the second least that people have. But you got to remember too, on release day, you're only going to need one waller. You don't need to have 6 different wallers on release day.
For sure.
Because, assuming we're going to be collecting new gear anyway.
The other thing is, as well, like, people who have heroes for walling already have a totem for that hero who's walling, right? And you don't need extra except for the Squire since he has 2 walls.
Absolutely.
So really, if you've got what seems like a working totem for you, probably don't need to get any. If you want to, avoid the farm life. It can't hurt to have more, but like you can probably justify not doing it just because you've already got a few.
Yeah. I'm excited to see where bees are going though, and I love my slimes. Got to get some slimes up in there too. It's gonna be nice to have one dryad for bees and slimes. That's gonna be awesome. The slimes are necessary. It's not a true frosty, or what was I calling it at first? Bees were always the frosty swarm. I can't remember what the hell I was calling it. I had a clever
bees?
name for a bee slime build when the Dryad first came out, but I can't remember
slime
what that
build?
was. Yeah, bees and slimes. You getting punched in the face there, side?
I didn't take damage, man. I'm apparently a ghost. I have no idea either, because I watched it happen too. That sword should opened a new hole.
Oh, Andrew, I'm sure you'll get your harpoons back.
Well, I'm just gonna start this myself.
Might as well. I'm thinking the defense speed on harpoons is going to be, or has the potential to be significant.
Yeah, I'm very much interested to see what a full Nightmare 4 tier relic of defense speed or range and how effective that is.
Hell yeah. I mean, looking at those numbers, seeing those big numbers on the screen, that definitely gave me a lot of hope as far as the defense speed goes. Because if of course there's going to be some sort of change to the value you get out of it. Or maybe not. But if you took 3,700 defense speed right now and slapped it on something, oh man, it would be shooting.
Well, what do we have now after SAS points? Like if you put full, and you can put 100 points in, right? So you just have 100 speed.
Yeah.
a stat? Is that how that works?
Well, yeah, but if you figure on not every defense, because it seems like you get diminishing returns off of how quick it attacks already naturally.
Mm-hmm.
But on some defenses, it almost cuts the defense build in half. Or pardon me, the attack speed. It almost makes it attack twice as much. Now that's not on every defense, but there are a few defenses like that. Oh shit, I hit the button and I wasn't ready.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll probably be alright. It took an extra 1/10 of a second to kill it.
Don't worry. We got people here to carry us in these cases.
Perfect. Kyle, a lot of people miss DD1, and that's really I've told the story many times, but the very first time I played DD2 was too soon for me just leaving the original Dungeon Defenders, and I didn't like it. I played it for a couple of weeks and didn't like it. And then I came back to it a little bit later and completely became hooked on it. So, I mean, once you get that little bit of separation from the first game and realize that it's a second game, you can't get it on every piece there, Wreck-It. What is the pieces that you can put automation on currently?
Oh,
I don't remember exactly what pieces you can. I know it's not every piece, though. Or I think it's not every piece.
I don't remember. You can just look at the wiki, though, actually. Just like type into Google DD2 passives, and you can then look up in the Squire tab, and it'll tell you which ones it's on. I don't know if it'll tell you values, but I think it'll tell you which gear it drops on, if nothing else.
Yeah. Max defense range does not work with protons, sadly.
Who knows, though? Maybe it'll be something that affects them.
How cool would that be?
Longer distance between nodes or something like that would be a reasonable way to do it.
Hell yeah.
And there you go. Now, you sacrifice other stats, but now you've got a longer section of slowing. There's your trade-off. I like it.
And the EV2 will definitely be in my deck on day one, just because I just love the EV2. But I mean, it's just so hard to even make a statement like that, because there's just going to be so many different combinations available.
Oh, it's going to be a little overwhelming at first.
Oh, definitely. I mean, some of the heroes, like the Dryad, for example, with all the different passives. That's nothing compared to what we will have. I mean, there's going to be a lot of different combinations and possibilities,
What was it they said about Dryad? They said something about Dryad shards, though, day one, right? Like they didn't do all of them or something, because there's a lot.
Yeah.
Really wonder what that, specifically means,
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we'll get more info.
Yeah.
Just a matter of when.
I mean, I'm sure she'll still be strong.
I think they're being pretty aggressive now with the time frame. I'm sure every week we're going to get a little bit more info until it gets here.
Well, they're talking about giving more tomorrow, or not tomorrow, sorry. Next week as well, or this coming week. They wanted to talk about the second half, maybe, or
absolutely.
Maybe that was the week after. I can't remember. At least in hint form. Invisible chest.
My Sidewalk Saturday thumbnail, I didn't realize is the same starting image of my free-to-play thumbnail. Oh, I got a ring.
Actually, look at you. Look at you.
Not too shabby. I'll add that one to the collection, definitely. Ooh, and I got a 750 Dark Ritual Blade. What was that streamer's curse you were talking about?
You don't get it because you're a YouTuber that also streams?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's how I'm justifying it's still a thing. That's how I'm reasoning it out.
I think that is the 5th or 6th perfect 750 I've gotten on stream.
I didn't look at the dagger actually. What's interesting is actually I was looking through the stream from yesterday and I saw basically the alter like this dagger's passive, but worded as like a general purpose weapon passive. There was one that
Yeah.
was like 10 stacks and you get like skeletal hands that constrict enemies or something like that. That come from the ground. I was like, man, that's like the exact same alter passive. So we're going to be able to use that on other heroes DPS as well.
Hell yeah. That's
Which is
actually
really
it
cool.
there, guys. Sorry, but that is that's gonna do it. Sidewalk's the marathon streamer, but I'm an old man. I don't have the energy.
I mean, you say that, but my usual stream's only like 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, I've seen you go for like 7 or 8 hours.
Yo, I
before.
mean, I do it. But my afternoon DD2 one isn't super stream.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Sorry, Unicorn. Maybe there could be the possibility of a little late night ninja stream at some point. Can the aerial bane be 4 per second? It used to be able to. I can't confirm that it currently is. Now people have told me that they've gotten a 4 per second one, but I personally haven't seen a 4 per second aerial bane or a 4 per second Armageddon since they did that weapon speed change way back months and months ago.
Armageddon?
Or pardon me, Armored Cleanser.
Yeah.
I've seen
Okay.
I've probably seen like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of Armored Cleansers since then, and none of them have been 4 per second. So now a lot of people have said that they've been getting them, but I personally haven't seen one. And that you never know. I mean, on the interwebs, on the internet, everyone is a multimillionaire with a huge penis.
I'm half of that.
But yeah, anyway, guys, if there's any, well, I've got a 4 per second too, Geo, but I'm not sure that they still drop now, is what I'm saying, because they did reworking to attack speed of bows, particularly back several months ago, and a lot of people's 4 per second armored cleansers actually got changed, and that pissed them off because it took about 1.5 million runs to get one to begin with. I've actually got an 8 per second Armageddon. The Armageddon took the other side of that. They got a faster attack speed. I've got a couple of those. They're cool as hell. If
a lot of fun.
Yeah, if hero damage, hero crit apprentice was actually viable, they'd be awesome. But here we go right here, and it's even got water damage and the drown passive on it. It's just
that's
made
real
for
good.
a hero damage, hero crit set, but it
And you
just
got
doesn't
storm
put
gloves.
it in enough.
Be a lot of fun CC there that you're doing though. I think I
yeah.
said it on maybe the last one that I have the 8 per second with impact on it.
Oh,
So it's
nice.
a CC machine as well. No, I don't think it's as much as a Drench Electrocute.
I don't
Frag
know.
Zombie,
That's
thank
a
you for
lot
the
of
follow.
CC for sure. I think visually you would probably notice it more with the Drench Electrocute.
Yeah.
But I think as far as actual CC, I mean, that would be a ton.
That's true. I
But
mean,
they're fun to play with. Anything that's 8 per second is fun as hell to play with. The first blaster caster I got that was 8 per second, I was like, oh my god, I got one, and then I used it and it just sprayed everywhere. Where the Armageddon, that 8 per second is spot on. Every shot hits its target. You know, there is no accuracy issues.
mm-hmm.
It's the Falcon shot of the Apprentice without tracking. But yeah, that's definitely a cool ass weapon. Love that thing. But anyway, guys, any last minute questions? What is the difference between a golden pet and a normal pet? Nothing. Just it's pure, just a vanity thing. They currently have no. I don't think. Well, I don't know. Maybe one day they'll change them. Has a Star Wars bow, the galactic bow that says ×5 and it shoots ×4. The ×5 is probably the number of projectiles. I'm assuming, not necessarily the attack speed.
What for the
I'm misunderstanding you.
Oh, you're answering.
I've got a bunch of those bows. Let me take a look at them. Or actually, I think I may have sold them. I actually have several bow blasters that are above a natural 700 item power, which was never really talked about. But last year, 2015, the Christmas event, those galactic weapons, of course, were under the tree. And the galactic weapons rolled at what your current item power was.
Yeah, so
And
you
at
could get some
the-
good numbers
yeah,
off that, right?
At the time, my item power on my Huntress was like 727 or something like that. And I ended up getting two 727 bow blasters. I believe it was 727. See, 746 with 29. That's actually, it's 717. So 717 was the natural roll on this bow blaster right here. And it's a ×7 bow blaster. But let's see if there's actually 7 projectiles. Yeah, there is. Is that 7? Yeah, it's 7.
Let me get that top-down view. It's a little fast to count, but it looks like 7.
Yeah. So that's what that ×7 is referring to. Are you talking about the armored cleanser there, Greg? Yeah, that's Malthius still drops that. Of course, that's a rare special drop, not the 100%. But yeah, this bad boy is 717. I actually got 2 of them. One of them rolled with really good blaze balloon passives. So that's actually my blaze balloon weapon. But the bow blasters definitely. I actually like the shot type being horizontal versus the Terraria weapons with the vertical. A similar type shot pattern, but being horizontal instead of vertical. I like the horizontal better, I think. I mean, it's got just as big a chance as missing mobs. Actually, it's got a greater chance of missing mobs because of the bounce.
The vertical one, you mean? Or oh,
yeah, or I think the vertical one has a greater chance of hitting the mobs. Like you had mentioned yesterday, if you hit a shot into the ground, it's going to bounce up and still hit the baddie.
yeah, exactly. So you always just aim a little lower, assuming you don't care so much about headshots.
Yeah.
But like, I can guarantee I hit everything on this guy by bouncing right now.
Yeah, definitely. You can see him every shot hitting. And you can't get that with that horizontal pattern like that. I don't know, just something about that column pattern. I don't know, I just don't like it. And now I never thought about that whole bouncing thing, which, if you aim low.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the column pattern though. This is the chlorophyte
I've got both
one.
of those bows. The chlorophyte.
Chlorophyte bounces, yeah. Jester penetrates. Wink.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to make sure you're hitting them all. I never really used it and aimed at their feet like that, but I mean, obviously a ogre or whatever is 4 times the size of that dummy. So it'd be even easier to get them all with that. Actually get decent DPS out of it. I mean, in comparison to the other bows.
The Jester arrows? I'm interested actually. I don't have that bow yet. I want to see what its single target is relative to like what I'm doing with the chlorophyte. I mean, you'd assume it'd be less because chlorophyte just has straight up damage on its passive. But
I've got one. See, both of them are unupgraded too. So actually, one of them has got a couple of ups on it, but not enough to make a noticeable difference. But let's see. See this one. Oh, I'm getting significantly lower DPS just spamming into it. Almost half. Now there was one over 100,000 tick, but most of the DPS ticks are low compared to the chlorophyte. But yeah, I mean, definitely fun bows though. They just you got to get used to that shot type.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've never really enjoyed any kind of spread out shot type if it didn't like home in on the target you're looking at.
Yeah,
So I'm not fond of
absolutely.
using like the spread shots on the Huntress weapons, but the fact that this one bounces and you can compensate for that to get single target DPS out of it kind of makes up for it in my mind.
Oh, it makes all the difference.
If only the bow was spread like horizontal for the Jester arrows, it'd be an amazing wave clearer.
Oh yeah. That, or if they all lined up perfectly. All right, all the ogres and orcs and goblins and whatnot, all you guys just stand in a line, please. That would wreck it up. But yeah, I would get a pretty significant difference between the two. It's like the Jester one is almost half. But anyway, guys, that is going to do it for today. Doesn't look like there's any more questions or anything. So appreciate you guys coming out. Actually had of course, I see the number from YouTube and Twitch combined on my little combination chat app, but had a nice turnout today. I don't like mortar bows personally because I find it very difficult to kill flyers with that bow, but I also have god awful aim.
I don't have to think when I'm DPSing.
That's
Aiming?
right.
Oh, that's... Ooh.
I've always been a spray and pray kind of guy. My kid used to always give me such a hard time in TF2 because I liked playing the heavy. He's like, dude, what are you doing? It's like, it's balloon race, man. We need a bullet sprayer. I'm the bullet sprayer. You stay over there and heal me. Thanks for following there, Gio. Appreciate it.
And
But
thanks
yeah,
for
anyway,
following
guys,
Zape.
that is going to do it for today. So appreciate you guys coming out. And Side, always appreciate it.
Oh, always a
Didn't
pleasure.
didn't get the full-blown carry out of you today, but at least got some good DPS out of you.
Oh, I mean, we can pretend I was doing something useful.
Hell yeah. But anyway, guys, that's it. So I'll be in playing various games throughout the day today. So there's definitely going to be more DD2 in my immediate future this afternoon. So keep an eye out for me in the Steam group chat. And I'd be happy to do some runs with you guys. But that's it for now. We'll see y'all.
Thanks, bye. I apologize because I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but Ulchin, thank you for the follow. I just went through all my old emails and I had like 4 to 5k plus the fan metal codes unused. Damn. How do you think of Overwatch 2? I don't know. I don't think it's as good as the first one. Can you guys hear that? Juice is still in the call. Typing. Juice.
I should do an outro. I never have on the live streams.
It's not a... The reason
That
I
makes
did...
sense.
The reason I do like an outro screen... Also... What is this? Geo Kiss, thank you for the follow. Sorry, the text didn't pop up right away, so I was trying to look at the preview to read that off. Thank you for the follow. The reason I do an outro like screen with just leaving the music is because for some reason for a while I would like stop the stream, but it would cut out like when the stream would stop when I hit stop streaming, but that would cut out like the last 10 to 15 seconds for the viewers. So doing the outro kind of like guaranteed that they would hear the whatever I said in the outro no matter what.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
But you don't seem to have that issue though.
Well, it is when you cut up the highlights and like I send them over to YouTube. I won't have to now since I stream to both, but when I was doing that, the highlights wouldn't be perfect. Like you would cut it at, you know, starting at 22 seconds and ending at, you know, 28 minutes and 16 seconds or whatever, and it would never be right. It would always be a little off. So sometimes it worked out where, you know, the first word you heard me say on this video that it popped out was definitely something that I didn't want being put on the video, you know. But,
yeah, for sure.
You know, there's especially this Friday night, you know, that Friday night 10:30 stream. I've been doing it for a long time now, and I'm not always very sober when I do that one.
Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty late. You gotta unwind the day with a drink, which is actually like the middle of your day, but you know, details.
It was kind of like a celebration for me because I, you know, being in the casino business, I went just years and years and years and years of having to work every Friday, Saturday night. And then all of a sudden I'm the top of the totem pole, and it's like, what? I can pick what days off I have? Yeah, I'll take off Friday, Saturday night. So that, you know, that it was just a luxury that I never had for so many years. And like shit, this year, this is the first New Year's Eve in my adult, you know, my 21 plus life that I had New Year's Eve off of work. Very first one. So, you know, all I did was play video games and sit on my ass all night, but I didn't have to deal with a bunch of drunk morons at work, and that was so nice. Because New Year's Eve is amateur night in a casino. The people that never go out and do anything all go out on New Year's Eve, and like they drink 2 beers and they're just completely wrecked. And it always turns into just irritation, you know, when you got to work. I mean, all you do all night is throw people out, and that's, you know, that's no fun.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Also, you didn't know I'm continuing to stream, right?
Oh,
so don't say anything you don't want to say on stream. If
you
haven't
racy, huh?
You guys don't even know. Juicebags, when he's off stream, he says the dirtiest things.
You fucking people.
Yo, language, man. I'm mature stream. I swear all the time.
Man, sorry.
Oh, no.
But yeah, anyway, I guess I'll hop off here then. You're gonna stream it up. I don't want to bore your fans with chatter.
Well, I'm pretty sure, you know, I got a few people coming over from yours now, and some people, you know, had questions, so I figured I'd keep going, maybe run some altar or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, I meant to say it, and I don't know if it came out, but it happened like half a minute ago. Drago, thank you for the follow.
Awesome. Well, I'll do another do an altar with you if you want.
You want to stick around for an altar? We can do an altar.
Yeah, might as well.
Let's do an altar run. I still want to get a few more rings. Sorry, let me rephrase. Since I started farming it, I want to get a ring.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, Frag Zombie. My dad's not a phone.
I mean, it's definitely going to be in everybody's best interest to have a bag of relics, you know, or more. I think I'll probably end up having more. And I even, you know, I debated on taking off all my stuff on day one and just putting it in a big pile and kind of picking and choosing who gets what. Because without the passives there, you know, it doesn't matter.
For sure.
But I'm going to have I know you're going to do the same thing, but I'm going to have a big old pile of loot to sort on the first day for sure.
Yeah, Zape, I don't really add people from the stream, just, you know, for multiple reasons, but basically, like, only people I add are people I do things with regularly. Sorry, but at the same time, you can still use the Steam group, as I posted the commands there in chat right now, if you do want to play with me while I'm streaming. But yeah, it's be impossible to add everyone, so I gotta kind of limit it and use the Steam group way for playing with people.
It's actually a pretty awesome tool.
It's,
you know,
I actually really like that we can do it this way too.
Yeah, you want to multi-build it?
Sure. Who's the builder? I don't know. Let's all build it.
You are.
I mean, I was
It's awesome to
really,
be a
I
bard.
was really just gonna do Serenities and PDTs.
Fair
Like
enough.
I was gonna scum it so I wouldn't have to think very hard.
Well, I mean, it's grind mode engaged for these
Oh, for
medallions
sure.
and stuff, rings and stuff now. So,
Actually,
do you want to overkill it?
yeah, sure. You know, throw yours down as well. Let's do it.
This is my reduced PDT set, which is still wildly overpowered. I gave up. My Cannonball Squire put his foot down and said he wanted all his shit back.
You know, someone the other day said use PDTs without Toxic Shock. And I don't have a bow with Envenom on it, but I kind of want to try that, like, have a build where I don't have, I have good AoE but not good single target, so I throw a PDT in there for boss stuff.
Right.
I
Well,
just need a bow to do it.
You get through what, three poisoned enemies at a time that way, but you'd get no chain.
Yeah.
It
I mean-
seems like I tested it once. I don't know if it's still the same, but the way it used to be is it would go to 3 different heroes, or pardon me, it would change target to 3 different bads, and then switch back to the original bad.
Interesting. So it would be a little bit of AoE on it too.
Yeah,
I
definitely
always
get it moving around a touch.
always looked at it as like a good like single target damage thing. Like a
It's
like a ramp up Viper that isn't so stubborn.
Right.
But I mean, I never used it before Toxic Shock. I was more interested in traps,
Same thing with me.
and
I
you know, there was
actually-
times where you needed them anyways. So
Other than to just try it out, I probably didn't use a PDT for like at least the first year that I played the game.
yeah, for sure, same.
I was all about the frosty traps for a long time.
Yeah, that
And
was
then
just
I had
fun.
that,
Just a lot of fun.
yeah.
Still is.
And then I had the knock up little spell with the lightning R's in the mix and the drench. And then the cannonball stun. I'm still a big fan of the cannonball stun, but it's not, near as effective now.
I'm looking forward to using geysers with defense speed and range on them now.
Hell yeah. That's going to be awesome.
FBL in chat saying, please save me, keeps pausing, and then played as like, that's on your side. But I'm the only side here, right?
That's right.
No, wait, you're not side. I'm side.
Not at all. I'm off to the side.
Flamethrowers all the way, baby. Man, I look forward to range set on flamethrowers.
Hell yeah.
And if there's like any way
could
to
you
get some sort of like
imagine?
slow on them or something. Like, could you imagine putting like an idle flow on them?
Ah,
If that's like a thing you can do, for example, or
Yeah,
I mean, ideally you'd want like some sort of like oiling slow on them, but I don't know if that would be possible.
I wonder how far you can get the range on them. That
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's hard to say. Like I mean, you're inclined to believe that the range stat, or like the primary stat of all the things, is the same number, just the different stat for each of the relics, right?
Right.
But like for balance reasons, they could always just reduce it to fit whatever scale they need it to be. But I mean,
absolutely.
everything with those stats is changing, so the number might not really.
I tell you what, that's
an
gonna look
indicator
cool
right
as
now.
hell if you could have a flamethrower blasting down a lane.
I mean, I'm hoping like naturally Ramster activation length. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would.
Wait, whoa,
That would
whoa,
look
whoa.
amazing.
What are you saying about Americans, FEL? What? Americans? Excuse me? You know you're talking to a Canadian, right?
That's blasphemy there, Ethiel. What the hell?
I take mild amounts of offense to that. Range set on Ramses have the already long fire go so far. What? Like, Ramsters have good range now. I'm getting the range stat on them. Maybe starts in 16. I mean, yeah. What would be a good Ramster pass? Well, you know, I guess now Ramsters, you could put their Drench as a shard, I'm sure. And you can get, like, defense speed and defense range for a lot of drenching. Now, sadly, we don't have lightning auras anymore, but we might be able to still get some cool electrocute combos using it.
That and what, of course it would be the single target, or will it be if that Harbinger's weapon is a shard?
I'm hoping...
I don't remember what it's called, but if you combined maybe that shard with defense speed, I mean, you might actually end up getting a decent amount of AoE out of it.
I don't think the shard right now, though, I don't think the AoE does electric damage on it, right? It's just a punch with AoE on it, added on extra. What I'm hoping for... What I'm hoping for is they just add that effect onto it, like onto the base LSA, so that your lightning strikes, but it also does a little AoE in it as well, on where it strikes. And that way you could get some, you could still get, like, lightning aura electrocute combos with AoE, but you're also, getting your big center of that hit, one-shot thing. Big shot damage.
There's going to be an option to really beef it up, because, I mean, the lightning aura, that's been a thing since, the original game. I can't see them just completely straight up getting rid of it without making something else at least similar,
New Legend of Link. I'm sorry you think that way. You're Australian, say whatever you want because you won't care because you're Australian. I don't know what to say to that.
I think that statement's pretty true, though. I know quite a few Australians, and none of them are very shy.
Thick skin?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you gotta, like, with everything down there trying to kill you. If your skin isn't thick, you die to every little spider bite.
That's for certain.
Australia, the land of nopes. No! Oh, you just jacked my invulnerability potion? Oh, I am salty. Yo, Daze, what's going on, man? Just in time to miss the dual stream. But also actually just in time to catch the post-dual stream. We should call this the after
party.
It's the after stream. Or the party stream?
The after party, oh yeah.
I mean, I think I'm always the party stream.
All right, come on, let's get back-to-back rings. Just
oh, if you get 2 rings, I'm gonna be so upset. Ah.
No ring.
Australia, the land of the kangaroos. Are there kangaroos anywhere else other than Australia? Natural, like in the wild?
I don't know.
Do you get them in, like, New Zealand kicking sheep or something? Also, kangaroos are a whole lot of nope as well. Drop
definitely.
bears.
All right, well, I'm gonna get off here and go get a little something to eat.
Oh, don't talk about food. And I'm getting hungry. How could you do this to me?
Sorry, man. I got all kinds of options too today.
Actually, I'm not that hungry. I Went to grandmother's house today. We were doing a bunch of family over, and we did a seafood lobster chowder, and it's so good.
Hell yeah.
So I'm actually pretty good on food right now, other than the fact that I haven't eaten for 5 hours. But at least I got a above average meal today.
I don't know what I'm gonna have yet, but I'm definitely gonna have something, and it's gonna be yummy.
Can you stream it? Stream yourself eating it?
Stream the plate of goodness that I come up with. Like I said, I'm not sure what it's going to be yet, but I definitely got quite a few options. The wife just went grocery shopping.
Just have some Hot Pockets or something.
That'd be the ideal lazy way out for sure. That's the route I usually take.
My lazy way out, I always have frozen pizzas in the fridge, and I rely on them a little more than I probably should.
Frozen pizzas are awesome.
Social eating juice bag stream. Ugh. The idea of doing those streams is so
It'll have 5 viewers and 4 of them will be disgusted.
I have a feeling if you were to stream that, you'd get a surprising amount of viewers.
That's kind of ridiculous.
No,
But you never know.
I think it would happen.
Maybe one day we'll have the official Cooking with Juice Bags.
That's a fun idea.
All it will be is grilled ham and cheese sandwiches. That is the only option.
If there was a cooking with sidewalk, it would just be however long it takes to microwave something.
So you take the pizza out of the box.
Place it on a plate and put it in the center of the microwave.
Hell yeah. Anyway, man, I'm going to get off here and go grab some grub, but I appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
And I'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Alright, he gone. Let me actually go to my Discord, since I don't need to be in his if I'm doing this. I'm looking for this channel. There we go. Hopefully, did I die? I'm still alive? I know it's the first wave, but still. Nice. Who do we have in here? Days and Kane. And I'm sorry, your name had a lot of characters in it, but you kept hopping in and out. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. Inuyasha? What happened, homie? In and out, crashing, I guess? Juice Mac fucking pauses. What? Make a grilled banana. Oh my god, you've got to have so much delay right now, Effie. Greg. Oh, it's too late. I read that way too late there, Kane. Not bad. Get grilled banana. That's a little racist of you. Can you say that? I don't think you can say that. I'm a pro DD2 plier. So I'll probably do like a couple runs of this and then sign off maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'll keep going. Normally on a Saturday night I try to get some games in with the friends who, usually working during the week and stuff, but as far as I can tell, we've got too many people. Their game is full, basically, in what they're playing. So I'll just keep doing this. Danger Man, thank you for the follow. Is your Huntress a DPS? I didn't read. No. So, like, I don't read late. Say like any random word, FL, and then I'll read it like when it comes up. I did say that there's a lot of delay, but also like maybe I did say that much after you posted, but there's also surely delay. It keeps pausing and I want to die. I read that exactly when you posted it. My Huntress at DPS, I have a DPS Huntress, I have like 3 different builder Huntresses as well. So, yes and no, Danger Man? I've got a few, so... yes and no, I guess. There we go. That was like 2 seconds late. I'm not gonna bother like reading it every time now though. You already got a good idea. Let's grab this mana because it doesn't need it. Pauses and now an add. Yeah, every time you get that pause, you're probably adding on to your delay. I think I was talking to Juice about it yesterday. And like he's also seeing kind of similar things with Twitch. It's been all wonky for a while. Because if you got more than 10 seconds, like more than 15, there's surely something wrong. It should only be 10. PDT Huntress doesn't build anything, only destroys. Well, there's a PDT Huntress, then I got a Traptress that does geysers and traps. And I got a Blaze Balloon Huntress, so I guess if you ignore PDT Huntress, I have 2 builders and a DPS. Let me grab the invincibility potion too. I'm actually, not only am I doing this map because, you know, I want a ring because it'll be a range ring in the patch. I actually just want a new ring for my AP Gunwitch. It's just so hard to get, like, it seems like it's just really hard to get crit as a secondary stat on DPS gear. If you've got ability power on it as well. It's like it's hard to get crit and ability. Because, I don't know. Trendy RNG gods aren't on my side. Which by far? Huntress is actually probably one of the worst DPSs in the game. Now you're gonna play Paladins? Aww. I mean, I'm sad to see you go. But I love to watch you walk away. No, I'm kidding. But thanks for hanging out, Effie. Yeah, Huntress DPS is kind of lackluster right now, in my opinion. It's not very high. I mean, you got like, you know, a pretty low cooldown stun. It's okay. You're just too addicted. Oh god, I'm not dead? It lives. It lives. You know, make a DPS EV2. I like DPS EV2. I think big boys are a lot of fun. Oh, please don't block my shots. Thank you. Oh, did you erupt like right after the... Is that what you're doing, Days? Were you erupting when it drops so you would get like all the assassins? So should I buy Witch or EV? I mean, I'd say buy builders first before Gun Witch, right? Because I'm very much pro building. But like, if you just want it, if you think it looks fun to play DPS Gun Witch, go for it. You don't need the other heroes for building. It's just the options are nice and it's, you know, fun to get variety. Yeah, EV2, I mean, as long as you have 2 of them, right? You can make a DPS and a builder and get quite a bit out of each. Both are solid. Though, really, you kind of want 2 builder EV2s to get everything going. Meh. You know, I mean, you could, I guess you can go like defense powered and then defense crit and just accept that, you know, your protons are there for more of the CC than they are for doing the damage, but you lose like half the damage if you go defense power over crit. Stream title change? Good call, I should change that. Oh my god, I hit fucking Tavern. I'm dumb. DD2 Night Stream. There we go. A blue ring. Hooray! Haven't played for 10 months. Yeah, that's just about 10 months ago was just about when Abyssal came out, right? Cleanser sucks. I wouldn't really say, but it's kind of unnecessary, the passive on it right now. Right? Like, there's no physics things. I guess it does, like, all days here. I think was the one who told me it does a little bit more to rollers. But still not enough to justify not shooting it in the butt. Wall man, that's a good way to put it. For sure. Yeah, I meant to replay that map. My bad. 27% debuff. Interesting. I mean, that's a... Without actually reading into that too much, that's an okay amount. Not great, though. Alright, I'm gonna go back into it. Let's do another run of this. I want a ring. I want to get a ring. Is that too much to ask? Probably. Oh, we'll do this maybe 1 or 2 more times, and I don't know how long I'm gonna go streaming for. Usually I'd stop at this point. Or, I mean, usually I would have stopped at the end of the dual stream. We can keep the momentum going. Talk about the patch and things. Get a little more of my voice than during the dual stream. Go on. Yeah, okay. I see, I see. Actually, can I get these all in the same... Yeah, I can get them all in the same boost, right? If I solo build. I can put a boost like... here, right? And then what if I do like... this? This, and then... this. Yeah, okay. Does it matter? No. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. It might not get the right coverage I need. Honestly, does it matter? Not really. Found the best song played by another streamer? Yo, how can you just come in here and talk about other streamers to my face? He says when he doesn't have his face cam on. Alright, let's wreck enemies. I'm sure someone else would do like the actual map objective if I just shoot things, right? Yeah. Damn, is that you? Yeah, that is Daze doing the run in there with the Lava Man. Get that Lava Man DPS going. I can respect that. Yo. So like, I always talk about how Onslaught's boring and I don't do it, but I got to like wave 47 last night before I decided to quit. I'm pretty proud of myself. By that I mean I don't mean like because of, you know, a good build or not, but attention span. You played it a total of 1 time because what are you talking about, Effie? Not 50, that's right. I was in a call with Daze while I was doing it, and you know, it was like hitting 3:30, 4 a.m. And I was like, you know, it's late, I should go to bed. But I can't end on 42. That's a horrible time to end. No, I can't just end the stream on 42. Or not the stream, the run. So 45 is a good number, but then we were talking, and I skipped over 45. Got to 46, I was like, okay, now I have to go to 50. But, like, I almost fell asleep, like, I almost fell forward onto my keyboard, so I decided to stop myself. Despite, you know, wanting to go to 50. Those PDTs are dying. I mean, it was your PDT that died. I don't know where you put it. You know. Maybe threw in the middle of a lane somewhere. If I had to guess. Yours is almost dead? Then don't stand by the PDTs. I mean, I don't know where this happened, honestly. And I'm gonna be real. It's kind of whatever. Let's be really real here. Let's be the realist. I'm probably not getting a frickin' ring anyways. Why can't I pick that up? I guess that has to be a visual bug, right? It's gotta be. It's quoted by an audience member and it's called Peaches Fuck the Pain Away. If you see the title, don't click on it. Now I want to look for it. Now, like, I feel I have to now. Good thing I don't do song requests, though. Definitely wouldn't want something like that popping up on stream. Just judging by your commentary and the title. Man, these things took damage again. What the heck is going on? Yo. Don't stand near the things. I'm gonna pretend it's player's fault and definitely not because I positioned them horribly. Or positioned mine horribly and then can't just put it beside, so. It'd be my bad on that. That's for sure. Yo. But like, anyone got any new insight into the patch that, you know, we didn't go over, or days? Anything new since we talked about it last? That you figured out? Right now I'm really, and I've said this a few times in a few different areas, I'm really excited by the idea that you can get defense speed being enough of a factor that you could do like a defense speed primary, maybe range secondary cannonball tower with the stun shard. So next thing you know, instead of doing damage, you've got like a CC rapid fire tower. And actually, does the regular cannonball tower have a shattering effect? Because that could be cool. It's like machine gun cannonballs. Like Elandrian was saying. That all depends on like just how potent defense speed is as a stat. Defense speed and crit damage on a lot of things. Yeah, so I'm wondering, I mean, you know, look at like a lightning aura. Even if you went, I think, defense speed and crit damage, like, I don't think it's crit damage scale. What am I doing? Shoot this thing. I don't think it's crit damage scaling is so good that that would work, right? Like, you know, maybe you think going crit on everything, like you turn everything into bees or into protons, but that doesn't really seem realistic just based on scaling. You know, and I'm actually wondering, like, for stuff like bees and protons, which already attack really fast, maybe we'll see a nerf in their base attack rate on release, and then, though probably faster in the end, it would require that speed stat to get up to, you know, its rapid fire, their current rapid fire states. You know what? I want to take that back. Like, another example of that would be Harpies, and if they didn't have fast attack speed, that would kind of ruin the whole theme of the tower. You can, I mean, privately link Juice that like all you want, and I would be interested to see his opinion, or hear his opinion. Juice, don't do it, it's a trap. What is going on? Oh no! Kane, please. Oh my god, you named your Gunwitch Sidewalk Hero. Pro jump? What was the jump I did? Are you mocking me, or did I actually make a pro jump? It's probably the former. I don't do pro anything in this game. Alright, let's pretend. You know what? They're distracting it. We're good. Oh, I know what you're doing. Will you switch to Lava Man and Erupt midair, or are you just actually attracting their attention? Oh, I was kind of hoping you would like land on them and Erupt. I mean, I know, now that I see it, I remember that Kane, but I always forget. So it's a nice little surprise every time. From the bottom. Oh, that one, yeah. So, like, if you don't have movement speed, I'm actually going to talk about it. If you don't have movement speed, you do it backwards, turn around, and then just double jump. If you have movement speed, and you're not coordinated, you can do it forward as well. Yo, don't talk to me about the loot you get and that I don't get it. I'm so jealous. Why do you have to be like this? I missed it. I'm bad. See? Nothing pro here. Please ignore that. Let's just replay. We hanging out, we chilling, listen to music, talking. Yeah, see, you get it. No ring. Game's too hard for that. Ooh. I'm also up for doing other maps as well, but we'll do like one more of this. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, here we go. Do one more run, and then I'm probably going to give up on it, because I'm not going to farm this thing until I finally get the drop. Just Kane, please. Please. I can't remember where I first heard that. Actually, that's not true. Remember I heard it on Cobalt Streak's stream? When I first got exposed to that. And I don't know anything about it, nor plan to know anything about it beyond that. But I heard it. You have the power? But yeah, I don't know, are we... Ever thought of speedrunning DD2? No. Speedrunning though, like, what would you mean? You know, how fast you can get through the campaign or something? That's an interesting thought, if nothing else. Fucking dinner right now? Yo, send me food. Starting to get hungry with all this dinner talk. Doing the campaign speedrunning it? Like, speedrunning it with things I have would involve grabbing all your mana, dropping a PDT in each lane, and then pressing G. It'd be fun, like, in a different... It might be interesting in a different iteration of the game, not the current. I don't think it'd be particularly interesting. But, I don't know. Like, it's not like there's tricks you can do to speed it up, you just face roll the things that come out of the gate. The only other option is, you know, speed run all, like, the nightmare maps or something. But then, like, I guess you gotta, like, start and stop maps, you've gotta rely on, like, connecting to a server, and that takes time depending on your connection. Because like in campaign you can hit next map, and Nightmare you can't. So like you've got to load into each server every time. What are you using? Oh, your Fire Squire. I was trying to figure out where you were in those assassins. I was gonna have time to speedrun in the new update. I'm gonna be too busy struggling. What am I looking at here? Look at all these tiny... These are almost as bad as the ones on the stream yesterday. Those little like mini boost, new mini boost doors they were showing. Like without passes and things. God, I hope they scale up the base value, or like the base range of those. Yeah, what am I doing? I don't really need to upgrade anything. It's not necessary. Maybe this is it, right? Third time's the charm. We'll get the ring this time. Send me your good vibes. Are you the only one interested in it? Not at all. That would be like the ultimate B relic, right? Crit damage primary, defense speed secondary. A proton one as well. Crit and speed. Harpy. Like all our current towers that scale amazingly off of, you know, crit and speed, right? Would use it. So I very much want it. Yo, my idea for the name of that relic was, Pendant. I think that's what they should probably call it. But hey, I don't know, what do I know about naming things in games? No, I think they should stop being a cross and actually look like a pendant. They could call it, like, necklace or something. Or maybe, like, I'm thinking too much of, like, a cross necklace. The orbs with defense speed primary? Yo, for sure. Me too. Defense speed as a stat is really exciting me being the primary one. What are you saying, Juice? Stay in school because it's the best. Nice. Good job, team. We did it. I'm so glad you built these so that we can have Kobold's Rage past the PDTs. Oh, I guess we won't. Whatever. It's from this song. Juice, please. No spoilers. Nope. Oh god. I didn't nope button right. We're good, we good, we good. What are you doing? Stop. Oh my god, it's like a dog humping a leg. Get off that poison dart tower. Don't do the things you do. God, I now, there's a lot of fun to be had on this map, just dodging around assassins with the Gunwitch. Oh my goodness, is that another spoiler from the song, Effie? Please, please. You can't do this to me. Yo, do you know the song Rifle Burst? We've got the hardest beat. The hardest beat. It's made out of gunshots. Bebop rock steady. Ninja Turtle swag. Bam. Let me upgrade all your Serenities. Or not Serenities, Lightning Auras. I'm a good team player. Oh god, and then like they had other songs on that channel. Can't remember, they're almost or equally as ridiculous, I guess. The fuck kind of comment is that, Juicebag, out of nowhere? No context for anyone but you two. Read that out of context. Who can dance on the assassin's head the longest? Days. Well, actually, let me do it now. Ah! Oh god, it hurts. I need a healthier hero to do this. Boobs, only where they matter. Just look closely at the boobs. That's how I like to live my life. But yeah, it's kind of like the song. I got pretty dead there. I don't think I have any other... Oh, yes I do. I have the Dryad. I was gonna say, I don't have any other DPS in here. Can I get on? Oh no, I bounced off. We got this, though. We got this. It, like, launches me up and off of them. Man, you know, I hope they actually scale up the damage on assassins since we'll be having a bit more armor come patch. They still gotta be a threat. They better scale them up. At least for heroes. Or have it so they don't ever attack defenses, I don't know. No! Oh, I'm very dead. Very dead. Alright, thanks Juice for hanging out. Later, man. Enjoy dinner. Catch me outside. God damn. Alright, let me go help the DPS. Side repair my auras? I'm not about that life. You don't own me. I do what I want. And what I want is to not repair your auras. You really like the armor stats being merged? It's interesting for sure. As just like a damage reduction now. Which is great, like right now, you know, I actually have to care about what pieces of gear I get in terms of DPS on my ability power gun wish, because like if I don't have magic resist, I die to the rockets of the roller. But like, so that's really gating me in what I can put on her to help increase the DPS. You saw the word boobs. Yeah, that's good. Do we get it? We got it. I mean, not what I'm looking for, but we got a ring to drop. Nice. And that's all I need. Let's end this map. I got it. I'm done. That means we're all done. Still, I don't know what we're gonna do next, but let's mix it up. Switch it up. Do something different. Anyone in the game has something I need to do? Actually, what are my dailies? I think I'm filling up. Shitty stats and passes. But it has eye power, and apparently that's all that matters now. I'm kind of, like, not happy about that, but at the same time, I fully understand why. I'm just saying, like, forget about passes and just grab good eye power. Like, just with how the change works. But, you know. For the longest time, I've been saying, you know, eye power doesn't matter. It's, you know, the passives, having good passes and the right stats. Now I can't really say that without giving, like, the full context of the statement. No, I'm not playing this song. I'm not doing it. I need to keep my, I was gonna say, I need to keep my, VODs copyright free. Man, my bags are filling up, though. Let's do another cleanse. Everything under 80. Bag 1's good. 99, 74. Damn, actually, yeah, it's pretty decent. I'm gonna fine-tune this up. I'm doing 80 for now, because I don't know how much I'm really gonna care about farming. But like, probably anything under 690 I'm not gonna keep, and just bring stuff over. I guess, well, that's the thing, like, I don't really need armor brought over. I've got multiple sets already equipped, so why would I need to hoard armor at all? The answer is I don't. I mean, I'm gonna use them. Plato, I'm gonna use them before we go. And Landrian said that, like, you know, it is worth it to use them now. But I don't know how. And I'm of two potential mindsets. That or maybe I just completely took it the wrong way, but I'm pretty sure they said it's worth it to use it. And I'm on two thought processes right now. That's, you get a 750, you use an upgrade booster, let's say, whatever, you get it to 775. When you go into the new patch, ideally, now you've got a base eye power, or a base piece of gear at 775 that you could then upgrade fully with the new system. But also, what if it's just use your upgrade booster on it now, it gets upgraded to 775, but that means you're now into, well, I guess technically, no, that's 25 levels. That's just 25 levels of the new system, so effectively, you use an upgrade booster instead of gold, which is the new system. So in that case, it would save you gold. Either way is good. I don't know. I don't know if either way is the answer to it. But I want to know the answer to that question before I pick what I do. In worst case scenario, I'll just upgrade things like the week before, because at that point we should know. Even the night before, it wouldn't really matter. Let's get rid of these bags. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna use them, probably. But I don't know. Depending on the answer, like, depending on, you know, what happens with them. Like, right, like, with gear of that, like, certain eye powers. I mean, the question is also raised, right, like, not even just ignoring XP boosters. Is it worth it to upgrade gear now, past, you know, base level? What kind of effect does a gear with 751 eye power have in the new game, in the new patch, you know? We're losing the enchanters, right? So gear upgrades, I think, are going to be the same, just with a different kind of, like, just doing it with gold, probably. Ruins, Forest, Boss, Sewer, Ruins, Town. I have Ruins as well. What about you, Days? We can go do Ruins. Also, you're clear? Okay. Days, you're listening, right? What do you think on what I just said about, like, that eye power thing going into the new patch? Chrome or Nimbus? Pick one. Anyone. In-game or from chat. We'll do it. Ugh. Yo, everyone, let's get our 4 shots per second, 4 shots per second Toxic Shock, so it gets converted to a 4 shots per second DPS bow in the new patch. Yeah, we can get Storm Boots. We can go Toxic Shock map or Storm Boots map, basically. Alright, you want Nimbus? Let's do it. Google Chrome. I don't know which one came out first. But that's the thing, like, when you say that second part there, everything is currently with its upgrades intact, do you mean it's into the new patch as a piece of 750 with 25 upgrade levels? Or it's a piece of 775 with no upgrade levels? I think resetting it to its base is probably, like, the right answer for them, but it makes upgrade boosters completely useless in the upgrades we did now, actually. Never mind, I take that back. What they probably would do is just keep the gear upgrade system, like, kind of the same. Just change it so you're just using gold, probably. Yeah, just with upgrades, okay. I'm thinking that's probably the case too. But Elandrian said, like, made it seem like it was worth it to use it, and maybe it is. It's probably cheaper to use XP boosters than it is to upgrade to, or to use gold in the new system, right? I mean, currently it's expensive to upgrade gear to high levels with just gold and, you know, legendaries. So maybe that's the key, you know? Nimbus, where are you? No. You get your 780 or 790 or whatever it ends up being eye power DPS of a hero. And though it'll probably be really hard in the first week, at least we've got a really strong DPS in terms of just like numbers coming out. Private. What's a good hero like? What's a hero that does good DPS without passives? Because the worst case scenario, you know, the shards we get on day 1 won't help with DPS. I think I mean, like, maybe Apprentice? DD2. Oh, good call. Good call. That's right. I was thinking, like, there's a lot of heroes where you look for passes that increase damage, and, like, the original 4 heroes, like, they get, like, 3% damages increases and stuff. Like, they're not very big, even across all pieces. But DD2 is a good one. Abyssal does good DPS without shards. Even if it was the best DPS without shards, I wouldn't do it. But having a strong DPS EV2, yeah, that's an interesting call for sure. I think you're probably right on that. I'm still very much interested in how they want to do, how they're gonna do it with distributing shards. I'm gonna do Trinities, trees, bees, I think. Yeah, with some Lavamancer walls in the key places. Disconnect, show splines. Let's get that one as the first option so I don't do that thing I usually do. And then Frosty Towers for AA because I'm a scumbag. Actually, I don't need Frosty Towers. I haven't done a bee build on this in a while. I don't need Frosty Towers, I just need well-placed bees. Because you do 2 flyer lanes that come through like here. So if you layer bees along here for this lane, they'll take care of the flyers too. Or maybe I just dedicate a bunch of bees for the flyers along here. Yeah, but that's what it seems like they are gonna do, Days, or like as far as I can tell. Because they're saying, you know, keep our gear, high power is gonna matter, the passes won't. Oops. Let's not upgrade that all the way. You think like if we were gonna get shards based on the passes we got, they would have said it, right? Now, that could also mean is they'll just give us a bunch of those passes unrelated to what gear's in our inventory too. But like other than your Terraria weapons, because they have the passes locked in, or like their passes locked into it, I'm kind of the opinion we're not going to be getting those. But hey, the fuck do I know? Well, not really plated, right? Like, you'll have a bunch of shards, and a lot of them will be slotted in. Your inventory won't be filled up with gear, because anytime you get a new piece of gear, it either gets put onto a hero, or you sell it. You don't need to hoard gear anymore. You just need to keep whatever's the best and get rid of the rest. So it's not like you'll have that taking up the slots. And then, like, I mean, bare minimum, you'll have 64 slots of unused shards and, like, pet items. Well, bare minimum, you have 128, because everyone starts with... No, wait. Yeah, everyone starts, I think, with 128 slots. Right? The thing... I guess the thing is, like, are they going to put them into your inventory or not? And I've said this to some people before, that when they're giving you the shards, they could put them in your mailbox, and then you can then choose, you know, knowing how many shards in there, when you're ready to accept them. Oh yeah, they definitely wouldn't do it, but even if it was each pass in your inventory, they could still do the mailbox thing. I think would be the best bet. Yeah. Where's the Serenity? I can't actually tell what you're affecting. You're here, so let's put this like up here. I need to get consistent with my Serenities on this map. By that I mean I'm just gonna continue to not care too much. Here's fine. Eh, whatever. So I'm gonna do like a few per lane to start off. Oh, I need a world treat for up here, so let's do that. Few there. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Please put it somewhere funky. Okay, there's fine. 2, 3. And then up here. Yeah, I think they could utilize the mailbox for that, or just like, you know, temporary storage, right? No, there's no reason to put them on this side. Let's put them over here. Other than flyers, but it'll do the lane enemies faster. Two. Throw one up here. Why not? Because that's maybe roller path. Can I throw? I want to throw like I always want to put them like in the trees and the vines and things, or not the vines, the roots. There. Now let's put some like along here. And I'll stick like 4 for flyers, I think. So, like, I'm probably already good. But let's do like 4 for flyers along here. I think those guys would latch on, but I don't know. Now I only have 4 back there. So let's accept that I'm not going to need this many in the middle. In here. One, 2. One, 2. I don't know. Then we'll bring out you and you. I don't actually know who I want storm boots for. But the answer is probably the Gun Witch. Yeah, that's interesting, right? Serenity Aura now is like double the cost if you're going to use it as cost. But like, think of it like this. It's a Serenity Aura then that also buffs. I'll still use that for sure if I can get it to old Serenity Aura ranges. Like covered entire lane with a buff kind of deal. But it depends on how things scale with it. You know, it depends. Busy buying your future extra 64 slot bag. Yeah. Gaming the system. Put the Serenity Aura there. I could afford another one. Layla didn't count DU in this build. I was just kind of placing things. This build's, I mean, I guess those bees will help out too for things that get close. It has taken some damage though. Not a particularly strong lane down there. You expect you'll have to sacrifice the buff aura shards for the old Serenity stats? I mean, yeah, you know, the more Serenity you make it, the less buff it is, right? But the thing about, like, buff aura, right? Like, it only had... Okay, I guess there's, like, wall HP buffs and stuff, right? Like, there's the wall HP buff, there's Empower. What other passives do they have, though? There wasn't that many, was there? What am I doing? These are also for this lane. You get out of here. This lane needs it more than you do. There we go. Gonna do the trees up to tier big. Yeah, like what buff aura passes are there in the game currently? Because all I can think of right now specific is Empower and the blockade HP. There's gotta be another. I just can't think of it. And like let's ignore small spheres that are like, you know, oh, boost aura, tiny range and stuff. Let's just do that twice. These guys like literally haven't done anything. We'll see with flyer lanes if they're worth it or not. Also, I don't know what to do with this fucking mana. You guess is only the two. Yeah, I can't think of anything either. Well, like I said, that's not buff aura specific, right? So all aura range would go on a Serenity as well, probably. Yeah, that doesn't count. So like, what I'm thinking for if I were to make one, and you can probably justify making a bunch, right? Like one that's buff focused, and you put on like for range towers in your walls. Then one that's like kind of Serenity focused, and you put out in the lane that does idle flow and buffs with like Empower. But like if I had to make one, I'm thinking I'd do like Empower, range, and idle flow. Alright. No solo. Knock yourself out, dude. Alright, that... When does this guy get attacked? He's getting attacked by this one over here. Yeah, okay, I mean they're doing something. Wall's taking kobolds, that's fine. It's a maul wall. Karma Vortex. That makes me wonder as well. And if Karma Vortex is in there, clearly that would be better than a Radiance one. Because the secondary fire, Charged Primary is a sphere that gives you a chance to do your secondary fire charged attack. But the charged attack for the Bling Bow is like that AoE thing. It doesn't have a projectile. That's why. I mean, I don't know if you're literally asking why, or you know, why can't it do that? But yeah, that's basically it. Ha! Made you double upgrade. Does anyone know if they fixed the buff beam bug with hornets and like slimes and things? My guess would be no. But I'd like to someday actually utilize that in a non-bugged version. I guess I'm doing Gunwitch. I've been playing freaking Gunwitch DPS all day. Let's stop. Let's actually stop. And shoot cats at things. Actually, if I wanted a Terrorblade on this DPS gun or Dryad, what would it be? It would be like... Get him. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think I just want Starfall and Life Leech, right? I mean, someone could say like crit chance, but I'm not relying on crits. You need more Mystic in your life? Did I say anything about Mystic, or was I thinking about it? I got the new Mystic Dagger. Can't remember if I said it or not. So now I'm missing the Terrorblade and the... What do you call it? The Jester Arrow Bow. I got the Glorified version, I don't have the Jester Arrows yet. I think that's it. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't have Meowmere or Terrorblade for the Squire, but neither really fits the playstyle I'm looking for with the Squire, right? I mean, Meowmere kinda, because I wanted, like, ground pound and stuff with them, but I don't know. What's the Mystic weapon? I mean, you have mouse 2, and you throw, like, a dagger as a projectile that, like, bounces between enemies. Well, a few of them. Is that just Steam announcements? What was the Steam announcement? Bees? 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 Let's repair that. What do we got? Nothing big. Right, it's 407. No bosses here. You're gonna pee. I actually kind of have to use the washroom too. You know, it's okay, so it's like 10:30 my time. I might do this one in the Chrome and end it after that, I think. That'll be like probably a good close to some round, like close to some 1 hour multiple. Yeah, me too. It gets you thinking, like, there's a lot of theory crafting you can do with that, right? Like, what are the best effects to put together? The one that Zimmerman initially got excited about was the, and probably won't work, was the Glaive of the Storms, Rain, and then the lightning balls from the Betsy weapon. But like that probably wouldn't work because mouse 2 is needed for both of them, like switching cloud. But it might. You might. I wonder, like, actually, could you like drop a ball with your mouse 2 and then you immediately go into cloud form and utilize it like that? And that's probably not the interaction I was looking for, though. Cloud plus halberd. I wonder if you could like shoot those. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you'll get like those weapon passes going cross weapon, like those specific ones. Like you can get Cloud plus halberd, right? Apprentice and monk. Also, Cloud plus halberd would be super awkward if it did work. If anything works well with Cloud, you'd be surprised. Well, here's the thing. Part of the Cloud weapon passive is just free damage on your primary attack. Right? So in that sense, like Wailing Glaive would work fine, right? But like, it's not an interesting thing as much as it's just like extra damage and extra damage. What? Oh, it must have been a flyer or something. Okay, whatever. Let's go do Chrome. So only character-specific passes can overlap. Okay, well, they were talking about, I mean, we're on weapon-specific now, but like, they were talking about how Gunwitch can get like passes from other heroes and becomes really strong because of it. I don't know specifically what they meant from that, though. But I imagine, like, yeah, they're talking, you know. Well, okay, how about this? North Pole and Betsy weapon. Littercane? Yeah, I imagine, like, we just, I don't know, bad BAI on a Cobalt Flyer or something. For sure. What's not interesting that you could put one passive on a different weapon, but you could put two passes on the same weapon. But I do like that as well, plated. Like, I like the idea of being able to put, like, you know, interesting weapons on a coconut polearm, which is like a green tier. Yeah, that was a Huntress passive. That was the concussive nade one. Right? Not the nade one or whatever. I just got booted. Let's go try a Chrome. How long have I been going for? I kind of want to go for like another half hour and probably end it. Yeah, 4 hours stream. That's not bad. Yeah, it sucks we lost that. No, what you gonna do? Build better, I guess is the answer. Is what I should have done. I don't know, the only other option was like a Cobalt, but I don't know, the bees made it look like it was a flyer. of some sort. No, let's go try to do a Chrome, and I'm just gonna do... Let's end with a win. I'm lazy. Let's just do a PDT thing. I'm not doing my regular, like, interesting build stream. I can justify it, right? Right? Yeah, fuck it. I'll use, like, mall walls, though, because I just want to use mall walls. And with PDTs, you have the DU. You missed the Huntress AoE meta. Which one? What are you talking about? Which meta? Thank you. Looking for you. So that there. And yes, don't worry. That's how I do my streams. Is unless I'm specifically doing a multi-builder one, I actually prefer to do single builds. Well, I mean, my stream's kind of like recently been centered around the idea of doing challenge builds and things from like viewer suggestions and stuff. Though clearly this one isn't. I'm just kind of after streaming the dual stream. But like, you know, in those cases, I am the one that has to do all the building. It's just kind of part of how it works. And even if it's not like challenge ones, usually I try to do different and interesting things. And I get all anal, like, give me the mana every wave, because you gotta do the upgrades. But I'm, you know, I appreciate the thought for sure, but don't worry about it. Yeah, this is a wall. The 6. It's a very healthy wall too, 733. I mean, you can probably get up to like 750 pretty easily. I stopped gearing this guy after I figured he was good enough. God, I'm gonna do this super boring. I apologize to, you know, anyone who regularly watches me for non-PDT builds. But I kind of just want to DPS and do a daily. No, I can do this. Speedmonk's greatest weakness is holes. Yo, that's what the mouse 2 is for, dude. You float back up like nothing bad ever happened to you. This one, min-maxing it, angle it like this. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty healthy wall. I think though, like, it's 80 DU, but it's not twice as much HP as like a 40 or even a 30. So like, the rest of the DU is in the Petrify, but I don't think that's enough to justify its cost. I kind of think it's a little too expensive, but if you ever need a high HP wall, you got it. But like, if you need a lot of like wall HP in a lane, I guess you throw like 2 walls down. But then that's like upgrading 2 sources instead of 1 if you want to do upgrades and stuff. I don't know, it's kind of weird. What'll save you from the holes? Oh, you're not... See, a Speed Monk uses Glaive of the Storms, and Mouse 2 brings up the thing. You're just like a normal monk with a lot of movement speed. So, yeah. I thought you were using Glaive of the Storms. Not race car monk, I guess. I don't know. But also I need to scum this. Blame Juice, I followed his build. I mean, yeah, he made... No, I mean, a DPS monk's great, but that's not the race car monk. So when you said speed, I thought you were talking about the, like, this fast build, not the DPS build. Let's do some sort of slow. I'm not gonna do Frosty Towers. Why would I ever do Frosty Towers when I can do Ballistas? Do I have enough for this? I do, right? Not immediately, but I will. Next wave, because they don't give me all the mana for the DU. Ugh, this map. Let's leave you in the deck. We can take the monk out. As DPS is something semi-funky, at least until things matter. Let's do Apprentice. I'll need your mana next wave, but after that you can just do Poison Dart Towers. Also, you can join if you want, people. This space. What's going on? I don't own an Abyss Lord, but I never understood his Colossus thing. It has like the highest HP of anything, but also seems like it just... I don't think it's very good, honestly. Why does Witherbeast not look? I mean, is it because I started digging? What? I don't know. I can't justify using them. There's this thing, and I think it's possible that it's just, you know, a misunderstanding. Sorry, excuse me, I sneezed. But like, there's a thought going around that Abyss Lord defenses, like walls, take extra damage, Colossus and Oryx, right? Like they take more damage than other walls. That and like they're not particularly like wide and catch the aggro like a blockade would. I don't know if that's true or not, thinking about it. Like maybe it's just thinking about automation and forgetting about that. As to maybe why it seems like blockades take less damage, but I don't know. So though like they seem like they have a lot of HP, I also feel like they take more damage. But I can't prove that. That's just something like I heard someone say and then believed because it matched up with my experience with them. And then no one ever like truly corrected me on it. I don't know, like the Colossus wall, I guess, right? Like, I think the idea is to maybe not use it as much as a wall and more of like give it defense power. I mean, I guess you could use it as a wall, but right? The other way you could use it is probably put defense power first and defense health second, and then you drop it into an important lane. It'll take aggro. It'll survive with the secondary set of defense health. And it'll like start wrecking face. The problem is like when you do that, you probably want to throw it in with a direct command as well, but your builder for the Colossus isn't your TPS, and that actually will change soon. So maybe we'll see some interesting things with that in mind. Which I was gonna put like one there. Let's just do it up here so I can put it in the buff. Actually, let's put it like here and hope it doesn't blow up. Kobolds I think will hit here and explode. That might be out of range. If it blows up, it blows up. Did they nerf Glitch Monk? No. They haven't touched either. Monk or Witch. I didn't need to do that for the Flyer Lane. Flyer Lanes only need the one, if even. And 20 off, that's fine. I don't need more than, I don't need to use the last 20. Fuck it, now I want to keep it symmetric. Let's do that one as well. Yo, when you're upgrading, you can't use your mouse too on this weapon. What up with that? That doesn't seem right to me. Does that seem right to you? What is it doing? Oh my god, did the ballista hit it? It must have. Right? Or did it just like decide to rage on it? From damage from the Poison Dart Tower? But if the Poison Dart Tower damaged it, it probably, like it should do enough damage for it to just die before raging. Though its rage was slow, right? Like that was kind of coming in slow, which would imply like the harpoon did hit it. How do I... Like, what are my impressions about it right now and about going into it? I'm not quite sure on what you're asking specifically, but overall, like, I got a pretty positive feel towards it. I'm pretty excited about what's coming, what's changing. Like, it sounds, from what we know so far, it sounds like we're going to get a lot more customizability with our defenses. More options. They said, you know, combos are going to be stronger. There's going to be more of them. There's going to be, you know, we get 2 whole stats that are going to matter. Probably. On top of, like, the base 3 that we have for building. That adds a lot of combinations, like just those, and then different shards we can put into it, combos between towers, different setups we can do with like the same defenses with a second hero, ascension levels. Like, it seems like there's going to be a lot more customizability, and that really excites me. Now, my biggest worry is going into this with maybe like a, you know, a lack of balance or something. We might end up with certain things just not being worth doing. Like, you know, they talked about, I'm not too worried about that, but they talked about, you know, Ignite and like other of those combos like actually mattering. And I'm really excited about that. But what if, you know, say you want to go full into, and I keep using this example, but this is something that interests me. You want to get a defense speed primary, defense range secondary relic for cannonballs. You throw on the passive, the shard that makes them stun, or has a chance to stun on hit. And so you got this like machine gun, no damage cannonball as like a CC thing. Kind of like using an Armageddon with impact. Which yeah, whatever. Like, I think stuff like that, you know, though it might be hard to spec into or something, you know, maybe it's expensive, maybe you need ascension levels to really get it to be viable. As long as, like, you know, they let it be viable kind of thing compared to just doing, like, the normal build with a cannonball that, you know, you would assume, like, defense power and maybe range or speed, however you want to do them. Like, alternate paths, I think you need to be, there needs to be, you know, viability to them and have them be rewarding for putting the time into doing them. Oh god, I don't have any damage on this guy. Well, are they not slowed when they're burning? Is that how it works? I don't really know. But that's the thing, like, Ignite's gonna get better. I think they said it, like, Ignite's gonna be based off of something like defense power, tower damage, or like percent of tower damage or something like that. In fact, they did say that in the stream at some point. Right? Like, it's gonna scale off, you know, the towers, I think, that combo to get it. Why does he pause there? So Ignite's gonna maybe be worth it, and maybe then that's a decision you have to make, right? If it stops the slow. Is that, you know, do you want to keep the slow? Or do you want to get the extra damage? Oh, I definitely missed that. Man, he's going nowhere. This is hilarious. Will that hit? I don't think it does. They walk full speed again? Okay. So, I mean, there's a bunch of things, right? From what we're saying, you know, maybe it's a, you know, a decision now you have to make. Do you want the extra damage, or do you want to keep the slow? Or maybe in the new patch, they'll continue to be slowed while they're ignited. And they change that, or, you know, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of different things, right? But, like, the Ignite itself is going to be better, and right now, it definitely doesn't seem worth it if you want to keep the CC. It's like, it seems like it's very lackluster damage. Yo, Geo, what up? Geo? Oh my god, there's so much. I'm just gonna put it all into this wall though, because I don't want to care. Oh, whatever. That's fine. So yeah, now you gotta make a decision, right? If that's the case, where it burns. Damage versus oil. And oil is great for CC. The damage is gonna matter now, though. And I'm fine with that. Because I like kind of things like that where you're, you gotta weigh your options and make a decision. Booster, I think they at tier 1 they'll go to 1 mil with both on them. 2 mil at tier 5. I believe I'm something around there. Tier 5 without any of them is almost 1500, 14 or 1 mil 466. I've been thinking about shatter combo and how that should function. Like right now it's things that are frozen can be shattered to insta kill, but like you get that on like Demon Slayer, the Lava Guardian, and like that thing shouldn't be shatterable. That thing's way too strong. I don't care like how it works. That shouldn't work like that. And I was thinking about this shatter thing earlier. So enemies that are frozen then get like a second HP pool. That's like the Ice's HP or something that goes down by impact damage. So, the amount of Ice HP like a Goblin has would be different from, and the idea is that, so a Goblin would have a different Ice HP or impact HP than an Orc. So a Goblin would need like, say, 2 Cannonball shots to get the full shatter, versus a Lava Guardian needing like maybe 10, kind of thing. And this is like separate from their regular HP. And if you hit that like impact threshold, it will insta-die. If you don't, and it then melts, or it becomes unfrosted, then you kind of missed your opportunity, and all you got was the CC out of it. Until the next freeze of it, of course. I don't know. That's a thought I had on like that, and then you can like say, cannonballs have a impact value of so much, and earth shatters have so much more. Fall has a certain amount. For a quick fix, I mean, this is less about like, oh, it's too easy for Lava Guardians, and more about, making that combo controllable and scalable, rather than just it being either really strong or really weak. Like, Earthshatter Towers got AoE nerfed because Frosty Protons, and that was just like clearing lanes with his AoE. So like, Earthshatter took a big hit because that combo is too strong. But if you do a system like, maybe not exactly like how I described it, but something like that, right? You can then control the scaling. Control, how the shatter mechanic works, and, so you're not one-shotting big things. Like, it gives the devs control, and they can balance it. Then that would actually be, like, interesting, right? Like, so now you got maybe the idea that a cannonball's impact damage isn't based at all on the defense power. It's just based on the type of defense, right? Like, a cannonball has a certain impact on it. And so if you want to go high into, like, a shatter build, right? Instead of getting damage on cannonballs, you want to make them rapid fire. Something like that, right? Like, I don't know. That'd be hard to scale, though, like, because you couldn't have it, like, really low values then. Like, I don't know. I mean, they could scale things. I don't know if it'd work, though, based on... It'd probably have to be based on damage dealt as well. And then things like that are frozen, like they should still take normal health damage, and we can say like, oh yeah, it's shaking your brain or something, whatever. So ice takes impact damage, and then the enemy still takes the regular damage it would take. This guy ain't stopping, is he? It's funny you say that, Plated. I remember, well, I mean, for people who came in at different times, whatever. I remember, like, when I was, you know, seeing stuff about this game before I started playing it, and they were talking about, like, combos being a big thing in the game. And their example was Lightning Aura with geysers. I can't even remember what this was. These are, like, marketing videos for the game probably in, like, 2014, 2013. I don't know. Before I was playing the game, even. It's like the first thing, you know, I thought of when about this game was tower combos. Or combos, I guess. Anyways, I don't know, like, what do you guys, I don't know, what do you guys think of that, kind of, like, idea for Shatter? Like, not necessarily implemented like that, but kind of, like, on that train of thought. Was there, like, some sort of, like, flash here on the right of my screen? What the heck? Yo, is it 4 per second? No. I can't use that. Anyways, I'd love to get, like, the AoE on Earth Shatter back. You don't use anything that freezes. I mean, for now. Right? You don't use anything that freezes yet. But the idea is that, like, you know, you can still shatter the little things with next to nothing if you have something set up to shatter. The bigger guys like Wither Beast would take quite a bit to do it. With, like, a simple source like a cannonball, but maybe, you know, like, fall damage would do it, you know? Would get it quite a bit of the ways. It is, or like, an Earth Shatter, actually, in that case, would end up being, like, the ultimate shatter tool, because not only would do the shatter on, like, its attack, it would also knock things into the air. Alright, later, Geo. Thanks a handout. I mean, I'm probably not going to be going too long anymore anyways. So I think I mean, I talked about the rapid fire, like, stun cannonball tower. What about a rapid fire knock up Earth Shatter? Right? Now, like, now it's like a geyser. How much do they cost? They cost 50? Then it becomes a geyser trap, right? But it's not limited to one space. Eh? Would geyser shatter? No. Well, actually, I mean, like, geyser would launch a frozen enemy into the air, and then if the enemy lands while it's still, like, if an enemy lands, like, takes fall damage while it's frozen, it shatters. So you could get it that way. With EV2, do you mean, like, how to build a DPS, or how to do, like, buildings with EV2? And then if you're talking about, like, building defenses, the question is, do you want really strong protons? Or do you want, like, okay protons, but also be able to do buff beams and reflect walls? But, like, we can talk about it for sure. Or maybe you want to know all of it. Let me bring my EV2s into my deck. Tower building? So, to know what's the best. I mean, the number one you're going to think you're going to see from... Well, that's not true. You're going to see two things from EV2 people, right? That is in DPS. You're going to see people doing buff beams. And you're going to see people doing proton beams. And you don't really want to build them the same way, like, in terms of your gear to get out of the whatever. how to place them, etc. too. Yeah, so I mean I'll talk about like their uses, right? Like a buff beam's pretty straightforward. Do I have a turret? Let's just bring a turret into my deck. Yeah, whatever. Right, like you place something on a buff beam. It improves its defense speed, its attack rate, and its defense power. So 13, 6, and then like 1.5 seconds from 2. For a buff beam, I'm pretty sure the only stat you need for buff beams is defense power. And they don't have any spheres or passes you need for them. So your buff beam builder, all you really should need on it is just a bunch of defense power. So the thing about buff beams though is that when things die in them, they're supposed to drop though. It seems buggy. It seems like maybe you need a certain amount of things being buffed by it to die before the buff beam drops. But you want to place buff beams so that towers are like kind of either in the middle of them or to the side and barely clipping what's the AoE might be. And I don't know how wide these are. You kind of just gotta like trial and error it. Like if you want a buff beam, it's just a bunch of defense power as far as I know. There's also like reflect walls, which you're not really going to see anyone using, so. But you can kind of get the gist off the name, right? Reflect wall. Reflects things. I don't know if defense health even matters that much for them, because they seem like they're pretty good even without it. They also do like a damaging on the torpedo. That's kind of eh. Basically, you either put this in front of like a turret, or that might be taking ranged attacks, or you put it in front of a wall so it's not taking ranged attacks. You can get passives that increase like the amount of nodes you can do in one chain. And then you can find that I think on both gear and spheres. You can also get like a sphere that does shatter damage. So for whatever reason you want to for whatever reason you want to make them like doing damage, you can put the shatter one. If you're using damage towers like with the buff beam, you mean? I mean, like, you don't get more out of the tower for placing them, like the buff beam, differently. But the idea is you want to be able to fit as many as you can into it. So instead of sticking it in the middle of the beam, you want to do left and right. Let me get rid of this because it's kind of not placed well for that. Left and right of the beam. Oh, you're asking about proton beams. I'll get into proton beams. I didn't put that in it. You can fudge around with it. So, like reflect beams, I think you also just go defense power. I use the same hero for buffs and reflects, and whenever I use them for that, it seems like it's fine. The proton beam's a little different, though. Proton beams, what you want to do is you want to stick them down like, this is a lane, and I'll even put in a wall to kind of give the idea. And then turrets, and you're shooting down the lane. And then you have enemies that walk along. What you kind of want to do is you want to put protons along where they walk, whether it's like straight down or maybe you want to zigzag for better coverage, though I don't really like zigzagging personally. And enemies will like walk over them, take damage, they'll be slowed. The thing is like, to really get the most out of your proton beams, to get like the most damage, you want to have a different builder for it. Let's see. So the right one's the proton beam builder. This is my generic builder. That's defense power. And that's like a 7k DPS difference, right? Actually, this one's a lot more than I thought it would be. Anyways. To get like the most out of your proton beams, you want to be building crit as your primary stat. So let me bring up the SAS points here. You want like max speed, max crit damage, and the rest into that. Maybe some defense health. That's fine. Get as much crit chance as you can on gear. And then like, in terms of passives, there's nothing from spheres that you really need, I think. I think I just filled the spheres with whatever. Yeah, like, the things that just don't matter. None of those affect it. passives, like, all you need is like crit chance on the regular gear. And you can see, like, I'm not using EV2 gear because all I need is defense power, defense crit as stats. The only passives you're looking for is on the weapon and the relic. You can get Frosty Proton Node. That gives a % chance for the node to for your protons to freeze enemies. Actually, I think I only have 2% on that. You can get 3% on each. So what you're looking for passive-wise is on the relic and weapon, you want those. And you're looking for defense power, defense crit on all these, on all your gear. Crit as the secondary stat on your weapon, since the primary is always damage. Honestly, though, like, the freeze is great, but I don't think it's like 100% necessary. It's nice. You can still get strong protons. And like, the damage is great, but like, protons are really good as just a CC defense too. So, you know, 18k is great. 6 or 11k, 12k. That's okay. That's fine. Like, you use them as a CC tower a little bit more. You can still get the Frosty Proton, though I don't think I have it on this one. Yeah, I got a bit of Frosty Proton. Actually, I have a bit of Defense Elf too, but I guess that's fine. But like, yeah, if you want to have like one builder, I think it's actually perfectly okay to, you know, forgo a bit of damage on the Proton. And then you can do buff beams, you can do reflect walls, you can do the freezing and the slows. So then after that, it's just all about placing them well in a lane, right? And you're going to find, like, you'll probably not see too many people using them now because of rollers and their mechanic of rolling over defenses, insta-destroying things, but you can still use them, right? Like, imagine, I'm gonna make a road, actually. Check this. This is a lane. I'm gonna do the lines here for the lane. Oh my god, don't do this to me. And let's say this is your roller, right? This is your roller, this is how wide he is, and he goes down this path down your lane. Now people are going to stop using protons because now you can't do this. It's going to destroy it once it hits like the node. But you can actually get smart with protons and go like build it here like this and go across just outside the path. And so that way enemies are still getting slowed because like these are actually pretty wide. And does pretty good coverage. They're getting slowed, they're getting damage as they walk along, and rollers won't go over them. Rollers, you'll definitely be seeing them for sure. They're a boss that, yeah, it's a new mob. It can replace the ogre. Pretty tough. Takes reduced damage from like everything, except for when you shoot them in like the butt, basically. And you might have seen it on the last map if you were watching. You'll know more about them, but I'm just kind of like, once you see them, you'll know. You must experience the glory for sure. But like, what they do in terms of protons is that if they roll over these nodes here, they'll actually like destroy the entire chain. And any like kind of ground defense, if they roll over it, they get insta destroyed. Traps, protons, auras, as long as they hit the node. They'll walk up, they'll crush walls and stuff too. But like, by putting protons like across the lane like this, you can avoid them getting insta destroyed. That's kind of like how I'd use them. If there's no rollers though, definitely better to just do this. Like I said, like their width is pretty wide. So like these would hit both, like 2 lines of this would hit enemies like going on the lane, all of it basically. You could get away with one EV builder with defense power, defense crit, couldn't you? Yeah, that's what I was saying before that. Like, if you can only do one builder, it's fine to go defense power first to get, like, the good buffs. Instead of doing, like, crit first. And you can also, like, there's no reason why you can't build buffs with your crit, actually. And maybe that might be better. Let's check. These are from... This guy is 1242. That's 1k, so my proton builder is doing a DP bonus of 1000. My one that's 4 buffs does another 242. So I guess it's a value proposition that you have to ask yourself. Do you want stronger buffs or do you want stronger protons if you can only make one? But like you can still get these protons pretty good, right? You can on the buff one too, I think. Like I've currently got 11.6k, but my crit chance is only 20. If I had another 10% crit chance, you'd probably be looking at like at least 13k, I think. Not to mention the fact that I also have 2 pieces of defense elf too, right? Like you still get some pretty potent protons, either way. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess he probably would have learned stuff like rollers and whatnot into the future. But like this is kind of like the idea of placing protons. And then using buffs. What's interesting, you can also do like buffs across the protons. So now instead of 18k, they're doing like 20k because they increase defense speed and defense power. So you may wonder, like, why would you do this instead of doing like something like this? And the reason for that is this only gives like the 1 freeze chance, but doing 2 beams separate gives you like 2 things that have the freeze chance. Like the freeze is across the whole thing, not per between nodes. So if you do that, you don't get as many chances to freeze as you would something like this. But I think the damage is the same. I'm not positive, or about the same. So then you gotta decide, you know, do you want to save DU? Because it's more expensive to do this. Or do you want to, you know, get more freeze chances? I think it will. I think we'll be able to find ways to make it useful in the patch. Yeah, 1 line counts as 1 tower. So the initial cost, that's like, let me get rid of other things. Is there anything on the map? 40? Yeah, right over here. So this is 30. This is 40, right? And then this is 50. So the first like part of this is more expensive than doing this. Like for example, let me do it side by side too. This left line, though it's as many like chains, this would be 30, 60, 90. Well, this is only 50, 30, 40, 50. Not to mention like upgrade once, upgrade once, upgrade once. But all these get upgraded together in one big old line. And that's the same with any of her towers, like with the buff as well. You can do like 1... How many can you do? I think you can do like 3 chains. 1, 2, 3. And if you upgrade that, though, don't upgrade buffs, it's bad. It's not worth your mana. But if you do upgrade it, for example, it's all counted as 1. It's also like less expensive to do this than it is to do, you know, 3 lines of it, right? Same as them. I think you were actually like, it's not as generous as protons are. It's like the first is 60, then an additional 30 and an additional 30. Whereas the first one's like 30 and then an additional 10 each time. You don't know what would make it useful? I mean, you know, if there's like a very powerful ranged type mob, you know? Like we know about Roller, we know about like the Reflect Shield enemy, we know about some sort of cart. What if they have like a really like high damaging ranged mob in the new patch? Reflect Walls. Or like Reflect Walls to counter that, you know? Maybe just enemies will be so strong that you gotta put a Reflect Wall on your wall. You already tested the buff on Dryad stuff, right? I mean a long time ago. Are you talking about Yeah, you're talking about what I'm thinking about talking about. I tested it a long time ago, not recently. Let's throw it in. Yo, Apples, what's going on? But you're talking... Whatever, let's put that big thing there. These, and then... Yeah, both get buffed even though they're not in it. It doesn't even need to be on the first one to buff them all. Something like with the tree and the buff beam just doesn't mesh, and all these like minion kind of enemies, like bees, slimes, and nimbus, I think, get like buffed even when they're not buffed. In fact, they're still buffed despite being out, or maybe that's just the display thing. I don't know what their numbers are without, because I'm on the tree builder. No, okay, they... Oh wait, did you build a buff somewhere else? Yeah, I built it down there. So I don't know. I used to think it was that part of the minion's AoE like range, if it touched the buff beam, that counted as buffing it. And I think that's, I still kind of think that might be it. It's a little weird like with elevation here, but I think that might be what it is. Like a minion could go there, so it would get buffed. And like clearly that's not the right way to do it, but I don't know, I can't think of anything else as to why that would work like that. It gets a little weird then with, you know, width of the beam and stuff. Because like the buff, I don't think even needs to be like in the tree. I sell this and then let me. Like the buff isn't in the tree or anything, it's still doing it. So I'm almost certain it's with minion defenses like slimes, nimbus, and bees, and then if their AoE reaches. Let's try slimes. Yo, you picked like the worst fucking buff range it started to do. But that, I mean, it's okay. So this slime should be buffed. 24, and then this slime shouldn't. Yeah. That one doesn't matter. Upgrading the second beast, see if it gets buffed. What do you mean by that? 601, 344, 966. I mean, there's still... Second one is buffed now because it's into the range, I think, technically. It's actually more DPS. Weird. Oh, it's in the range probably of the other one now, I think. Let me sell this. Like, I think it's clipping it. Yeah, there you go. So it's not in the range of that second proton or buff beam, so it's not getting it because this one's not touching down there still. But it was enough of a upgrade to reach the range of the one I put here. But okay, well that answers the question. I mean, see if its range also buffs it, and it did over there, right? It hit that one when it didn't before. They lose the buff sheen once they get upgraded. I'm sure you've seen that with other defenses as well. Let's place it like here. Is that buffed? No, it's just outside. 5603. Still just aside. $757. It's not in it now. It's not getting the buff. Weird. I don't know. Was the other one buffed and I just didn't notice it, like, and I thought it was unbuffed initially? And the Nimbus is doing the same thing too. It's not... Oh wait, is this even going up in range? Yeah, it is. At tier 3, 757, let's put it somewhere clearly not being buffed. Oops, 5. Interesting. So increasing the range didn't help with that buff beam down there. I don't know. Upgrading seems all weird, but at the same time, like, this does seem like I'm right. I don't know. It does seem like because the range like hits the buff beam, it's getting buffed, but I don't know. All right, later, played it. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm gonna be ending the stream here too. I'm going over, but that's not a big issue. But I'm getting hungry as well, so I think I'll end it. So, thanks for tuning in. It was a fun stream, a fun duel stream, and then some good stuff afterwards, even though we did lose that one map. That's all good. We can forget about that. So anyways, thanks for tuning in. Tomorrow's Sunday, so no stream. And then hopefully I'll be back on Monday. No promises, though. Because, like last week, potential real life stuff. So anyways, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully I'll be seeing you guys again for some more DD2 on noon EST on Monday. Bye!